Good evening, everyone, or good morning, or good afternoon, or whichever. I am just spending a bit of time reading the chat. It is 4 more minutes until the stream officially starts. I hope everyone is doing good today. Oh boy, today is going to be quite the topic. Rena, can you shut up? Every single day. Every single day. Don't you get tired? Rena? Oh, anyways, someone said that they will have to be out of the stream for now. Vix, thank you for dropping by to say hi. But have a good day. Have a good sleep. And I hope this will be a good stream, touch wood. So I'll just wait for more lurkers to funnel into the stream. I'll wait for the more lurkers to funnel into the stream before I get started on everything. And so, let's see. Once you reach about 40 lurkers, I will get started with the housekeeping, and then I'll get started with the topic. Did I really just wake up at the perfect time? Yes, indeed. I just started. Hello, Cyborg. I'm doing okay. And Ken Bozo, I saw you apply for the very optional Uber Lurker membership. I really appreciate it. I was not expecting that, but I really appreciate it. Ambro. Oh, you went from number 2 to number 3 now. I wonder who got number 2. I saw you were at number 2 40 minutes ago. Hello, Lurker-chan. Oh, you went to number 2. Really neck to neck. $40 lurkers. Okay, let's get to the housekeeping. So before I start the stream, I'm just going to give one announcement. This week there will be 3 streams. There will be one coming this Friday. It is at 8 p.m. my time. So if you all want to drop by, go to Twitch. It is a collab, yeah. Oh, it's your birthday? That's very good. It is probably a chaotic collab again, Cornelius. I expect it to be a very chaotic collab where I am completely speechless and out of my depth. And I am really... Yes, it is the treason collab. Zero Online, you have been aware. Maybe you followed. Yeah, maybe you've been following Red, but yes, it is a treason collab. But this is just the news our show. This is just the news for this coming Friday. So, let's give a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes for more lurkers to funnel in. I know that some of you might be a bit busy around this time frames. Some of you have to work, some of you are going to sleep, but I appreciate those of you who take the time to drop by for tonight's stream or today's stream. It was okay, Cyborg. It was okay. I hope I've gathered enough energy to talk about this topic. But anyway, if there is ever a break time later on, I will let you know in advance. I probably might need more than 1 cup of coffee for this, but I will let you know when it happens. Would you believe it or not, I've never drank Monster. Lurkers, would you all believe it or not, I have never drank Monster Energy. Never. Never. Can you all believe it? Good morning, Ash. Good morning. Hello, darkness. Well, I do drink ginseng when I have to. In my lifetime, so far, I've only drank Red Bull 5 times. 5 times. 5 times in my life. Don't be like Norman Reedus in Death Stranding. He drinks so much Monster, it is so funny. Trumpet, thank you for the gifted memberships. Jordan, go thank Trumpet. No, I mean I have drank Red Bull 5 times in my life. In my life. But anyway, I think that concludes the housekeeping. What do you think, Lurkers? There's only about 45 of you here. Should I wait till the number hits 50 before I get started? What do you think? Oh, Dory girl. Okay. I'll see you another day. Or see you later, whichever. Yeah, I expect it to be so. I am going to summon more lurkers. Just you watch. I'm going to summon more lurkers right now. I'm going to summon them. Asmon Gold. Moist Critical. Sam Hyde. Hassan is so over. Hassan Piker is so over. Oh, am I doing it right, Lurkers? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it like the kids today? To make my stream popular, I just have to mention a few of these names. I just have to mention Asmon Gold. I just have to mention Moist Critical. Hit 50. Excellent. I think it worked. Gamergate. Alright. Excellent. So now let me have a look. I am ready, I think. Azehara is not around. He's probably busy. And of course, I doubt Kirshar or Pippa have any time of the day to be watching this stream. They're probably again busy with their own little things, with their own things as well. But, since it has gone past 50 lurkers, I am going to get started, okay? And oh boy, I don't even know what to. I'm going to be angry later. Let us get started. As Daiga mentioned, since he had to go away for a while, yes, I prepared a PowerPoint. I prepared a PowerPoint for this moment. No, Kersha is not here. I doubt Kersha is here. So you don't need to destroy my train of thought because I really need to do it. We need to talk about this. Need to talk about this. Okay. Can everyone see the slides? Can everyone see the slides carefully? Good. Good. I hope it will be large enough. I hope this is self-explanatory, the front cover. This is, without a doubt, it's gonna be a stream about Gamergate. And like I showed you all in the teaser yesterday on Twitch, there is a reason why I wanted to make a presentation about Gamergate. Just like the best I could, without, well, minimizing the biases, minimizing the preconceived thoughts. I just wanted to do a step-by-step chain of events that has led to everything like this happening. Again, I will show you all the teaser that yesterday, because what triggered me to make this topic. I'll show you all what triggered me to make this topic.
What most obvious
I will show you all what triggered me to make this topic, okay? Before we actually get started. Let me check. This was what triggered me to talk about this topic.
That art of trolling.
To my surprise, the scholar on this topic is Anita Sarkeesian. Yeah, it's been almost a decade since like the Gamergate time, and go figure, the white guy 8 years later is like, I think Anita Sarkeesian was kind of onto something. There's a lot of assholes on the internet, and they're kind of misogynistic too, I think. It's crazy what a little CTE or the love of a woman will do to you.
Unfortunately, that's not the only species of concern troll out there.
So, suffice to say, this was the trigger point. I saw this snippet of video that was being thrown around off and on, and I actually went into iDubbbz's video to actually watch a little bit of it, and that really triggered me to make about this. It is the current year of 2025, and the Gaslight is still attempted to be pushed by certain individuals. It is still being pushed. And people still think it is true. Well, I'm going to get started. Back to the presentation. There we go. Okay, a preface. This presentation is solely for educational purposes, a deep dive of internet history. The incidents have long passed. Do not engage in any interactions with the individuals discussed here, and I'm serious about this. What makes us different from the grave diggers like Catliente is that we are doing this because it's educational, not for the purposes of drama. Yes, I get that reference, not respectfully towards you. I am very aware of that reference. Let me have a look. Maybe I'll crop a bit. The crop is a bit off. Let me just crop it a bit more. Don't mind me. Close. There we go. Alright. Like I say, I have to move aside a bit more. Like I said, everything on this slide and what we'll be talking about today is going to be for educational purposes, for historical purposes. We are talking about an incident and debunking, and hopefully, I will not say that I am the most knowledgeable about this incident, but I think I know enough to talk about it. We'll be debunking a lot of gaslight attempts tonight or today, and I hope it goes well. And I hope I have enough energy to go through the entirety of these slides, because it is quite a ride. Okay? We can get a chance to watch it one of the days. Well, do you want to watch? No, I'll just go. I don't want to distract myself. I'll just keep moving. Alright. Again, do not harass anyone. Do not brigade against anyone. Do not target anyone. It is their sins. Let them sin on their own terms. Let them gather the negative karma. I do not want you gathering negative karma. Let them do a negative karma. Depends on how long the stream is. If it's too long, I might continue it the next stream, but it shouldn't be too long. But like I said, do not harass anybody. Let the people involved get their own negative karma themselves. We do not have to dirty our hands, and I do not want you to. So, what is actually Gamergate? Well, according to the games journalists, according to even the journalists, or Wikipedia, is basically everything. Every single person will tell you that Gamergate was a massive misogynistic harassment campaign. That is what they will tell you. Okay? That's what they'll tell you. Oh, he must be a Gamergater, that means he hates women. Oh, she must be a Gamergater, therefore she has internalized misogyny. And it's not even shocking that Wikipedia does this, because Wikipedia's editors have a very established history of foregoing facts in favor of the agenda. Look, for instance, what happened to the Yasuke's incident back in Assassin's Creed Shadows last year. Look at it. I do not really ever take Wikipedia all that seriously, even back then. And now I even have bigger reasons not to ever take Wikipedia seriously as well. But long story short, that was the story that they all kept pushing, that, oh yes, this was all a huge harassment campaign. Oh yes, this was all about hating women. That was what they tell you. But is that true? That's the question. Well, to find out if that is true, that is what this stream is about. This is what I'm going to be talking about. Hopefully, it will be clear enough, and if there is any questions you lurkers want to ask, feel free to ask them halfway through. I will try and give clarification if I am aware of the answers, okay? Let's move on to the next slide. Setting the scene. There is this individual. I suppose you all, to some of you who are reasonably older lurkers, you probably already know exactly who she is. And for the younger lurkers, you might have a very light idea of who she is, but not a lot of information. So long story short, according to her, Miss Anita Sarkeesian, according to her, she is a very progressive and forward-thinking activist gamer. That's what she claims. A forward-thinking activist gamer. So she will tell you, this is according to her, that she has been a gamer for as long as she could remember. She played countless of games. She has played all kinds of games from the Xbox through to the PC and the PlayStation. And she will tell you, and she will claim, based on her experiences playing video games, that she finds that video games are inherently problematic when presenting or creating female characters. That is her entire story. She has quite famously made a few co-op videos in her old channel called Feminist Frequency. And well, the usual crowd, the bakjaw, ate it all up. But of course, for the rest of us, we noticed a lot of very big discrepancies about her videos. One of the most infamous of which was when she talked about the Hitman games. I think it was Hitman Blood Money. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was Hitman Blood Money or Hitman Absolution, where she says that in the game Hitman, you are rewarded for killing women in the game. And when people knew about the Hitman game in detail, they know exactly that was a load of crap. In the game, you are only rewarded for eliminating the targets in your stage. But you would be often penalized with a harder game or a harder experience if you were to dispatch any other character, even especially women. So, that was the biggest one. Whoever was creating footage for her video back then, which if you look hard enough you can find her video, they deliberately killed some NPCs, some female NPCs, and passed it off as a reward. So there was already a big red sign of why did she have to lie about the criticisms of a video game. Lurkers, can you all stop arguing in the chat? I am doing the presentation. I would appreciate if all of you actually focus. Please, and thank you. Okay, Rena, can you please shut up and stop disrupting the class? Rena, shut up and stop disrupting the class. And that goes back to the crux of the issue, Lurker-chan. She could not find specific examples. The most she could find as examples were female characters designed in a very attractive fashion, and she deems them problematic. Anyway, Rena, again, I want harmony in the chat, just for today, okay? So what happens? People on the internet, as the internet would usually do, started digging, and they found some interesting things. So firstly, I'll show you the links. First link. Let me just pause this. This is the first video, okay? And I want you to look at this carefully. And I'll show you another one later, immediately afterwards.
In short, I've been playing games for most of my life.
I'm not a fan of video games.
The reality of this lifelong involvement with video games isn't convenient for my detractors, so they try to construct a different narrative using whatever fabrications they can muster. One particularly amusing conspiracy theory has to do with my original Kickstarter video. So, these screenshots were lifted from that video and are still passed around as proof that I'm a fraud.
I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
Because the light on the Xbox logo is not clearly visible, they have deduced that not only that I am a fake gamer who just pretends to play games, but also that I don't even know how to turn on a controller.
It's just gross.
The reality that LEDs don't show up very well on video when filming in a room with bright sunlight just didn't occur to them, I guess.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places.
I'm gonna show you a remix that I just finished this weekend and no one else has seen. One person has seen it. It's a soundtrack of one song, except so it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games.
I'll show you all the second video actually. It'll be more effective because this second video has references. I will show you the second video right now. It is the second link on the PowerPoint slide, the link below, and I will show you. It is a shorter video, but it proves the point. Okay. Watch carefully.
I'm gonna show you a remix that I just finished this weekend and no one else has seen. One person has seen it. It's a soundtrack of one song, except I'm doing video games. So it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
20 seconds, and it's all the proof you need. 20 seconds. 20 seconds and her entire grift had been exposed. That was what the internet found out. So, this is, like I say, setting the scene. Anita Sarkeesian is not the focal point of this story, of this entire Gamergate saga. She was at the side. She was at the side of it. But it's important we know about her before we move on to the actual incident proper. And I hope that explains it properly. Summing it all up, she claims, thank you Myriad Colors for joining the membership. Long story short, Anita Sarkeesian claims that she has been a long-time gamer since the age of 5. She has played video games all her life, and she found out that she had a problem with a lot of ways that video games portray women, and she claims it is the problem. She pushed for so-called social justice and all that jazz. And all this time she has been using that excuse that she is a gamer. I have been a long-time gamer. I have the right to talk about this. I am not a tourist. Trust me, I am a long-time gamer. And it came out in a video where she was studying in university as a young adult, saying outright she had to learn about video games and she did not like video games. That is important. Okay, Lucas? I hope you are keeping track. Back then, we just called them posers. Now it's called tourists. Or, if you are less generous, frauds. And also, yeah, there was also another very famous thing that happened. She was caught plagiarizing Let's Play gameplay from other YouTube videos to use for her video. So, there was serious question being placed of whether she even got her gameplay footage herself. But that's neither here nor there. Now we are going to move on. It's still setting the scene, by the way. Now, do you lookers know what Steam Greenlight is? By any chance? Do y'all know by any chance what Steam Greenlight is? Controller does not know. Cambozo only vaguely kind of remembers. Juria does not know. Lurker-chan, you know? No, maybe not. Somewhat ardent top, you got it wrong? Okay. It's not surprising that a lot of you do not know, but long story short, Steam Greenlight was Steam's approach back in the early 2010s of basically, how should I describe it? Allowing indie games to be sold on their store. It is kind of like a popularity vote of sorts, okay? It's like a popularity, well, not really popularity vote, that's a bit wrong, but it functionally is a popularity vote. It functionally is. The intended effect for Steam Greenlight was that you have an army of prospective game devs, and they want to sell their games on Steam. And back then, it wasn't as easy as now to release a game on Steam. There's no such thing as early access. There was basically Steam Greenlight. And what Steam Greenlight did was, it was like a go-between. You released your product onto this thing called Steam Greenlight, and the whole idea is that you pitch it. You pitch it, you list your game on Steam Greenlight, you pitch it saying what's the game about, what is this about, what is that game about. And the whole idea is that if enough users on Steam approved your game, you can formally list your game for sale on Steam. That was the entire premise of Steam Greenlight. And of course, it kind of popularized the whole term called shovelware. It popularized the whole term called asset flips. Because Steam Greenlight, its existence back then was synonymous with the reputation of releasing a lot of slop. Every single person who claims to be a game developer releases some kind of slop that was either asset flips or basically shovelware. There was a lot of trash. There was no money involved though. It was purely a popularity contest. Although Steam would like to deny that it ended up being a popularity contest. Sure, there were some seriously good games that actually got past Steam Greenlight and formally listed as a game, but most of them were trash. Why am I talking about Steam Greenlight? Well, there is one quote-unquote game that got past Steam Greenlight. For some reason, it got enough votes. It got enough votes to pass Steam Greenlight. And make no mistake, Steam Greenlight was reasonably hard to pass. Only the best games or the most popular games were ever allowed to get past this stage and become formally listed on Steam back in the 2010s. But for some reason, this game got listed. I'm going to move. This game got listed. Depression Quest. A bit of a story time now. I'm going to try and avoid saying the individuals' names out loud, but it's pretty obvious who we are talking about as the stream continues, okay? There was this lady. You will know her name off and on the internet. She appears off and on the internet. But I'm not going to call that name out loud. She fashions herself as a game developer. How about giving her a nickname? Because you will need to name her a lot. Fair point. Let's just call her... let me see. Let's just call her Z. Yeah, that's good. Just call her Z. ZQ. Yeah, ZQ. There is this lady. She goes by ZQ. She fashions herself as a game developer, but really, I think as far as I am aware, she has only ever released one game under her repertoire, as you can say. One game, and it was this very game called Depression Quest. There is a big problem with this game, however. It is not really a game. It is a glorified visual novel without the visuals. It is a glorified visual novel without visuals. It's like a pick your own adventure game, but almost every single options are bad. The game is free on Steam. If you want to try it for yourself, you are definitely free to try it. It is still up. It's not even a game. And bro, here's the thing. It's not even a walking simulator. It is not even that. It is literally pick choices of text and read. That was all it does. People who played it did not like it. There were quite a fair few individuals I have read online who got a chance to play Depression Quest. Some of them had a history of depression as well. And when they played the game, one of the things they actually said was that it was such an insult to their plights. It was such an insult to their issue, to their mental health. That was one of the many comments I have seen about that game. And I have seen the playthrough of that game. Quote-unquote playthrough. I have watched a let's play of it many years back. It was unpleasant, to say the least. But despite all that, had this been made by any other developer other than ZQ, I am pretty certain that it would not have passed Steam Greenlight. But for some reason it did. It passed Steam Greenlight almost flawlessly. So quickly and so suddenly. No one wanted the game. Well, it's not even a game. It's not even a game. That's the problem. It is just choosing text on the screen and seeing the outcome. And almost every single outcome in that quote-unquote game was either insultingly bad or depressing. Yeah, I questioned, as a game, just strictly speaking as a form of a game, why would I want to play a game like that? It's not even a game. It's literally just a computer program. Yes. But for some reason it passed Steam Greenlight, despite many other games back then having bigger potential than whatever this was. But here's the thing. This lady ZQ already has a reputation before this game came out. There is a reason why this game came out as quickly as it did. And it got past Steam Greenlight. There was a very big reason. So enter the next incident. Once upon a time, before that game got Steam Greenlight, when it was still on Steam, before that game got greenlit, Cyborg Assassin, you have no idea how poetic it is that you say that. ZQ reminds me of fast food. You have no idea how poetic that is. I bet Lurker-chan is laughing as you say that. But okay, there was this image board a long time ago that was called Wizard-chan. It was basically a message board. It's like 4chan, but centered around a movie called Hocus Pocus. It's centered around a movie called Hocus Pocus. It is not important what the board was about, but long story short was the users on Wizard-chan have also had boards talking about mental health. Okay? They had boards talking about mental health. And as you might already know, since that game Depression Quest was being on Steam Greenlight, there were a fair few people who were not particularly happy with it. But what they basically the same reasons. It makes a mockery of people who are experiencing it makes a mockery of people who are experiencing depression. That was the arguments and that was the complaints that was on that Wizard-chan board about mental health. And they find that ZQ making this game was quite insulting. But that was the extent of their, negativity. All they did was discuss the game. They did not like the game. It trivializes and makes a mockery of their mental health condition. But ZQ, through the help of games journalists, were saying that Wizard-chan, the users on Wizard-chan, were undertaking a coordinated harassment campaign against her. That was what she says. And she posed a few screen caps, she posed a few things, and to try and give the impression that it was very, very accurate. And of course, the games journalists back then, they wrote articles about it that an internet message board was harassing a female game developer for a game she made. And of course, back then, there was not as much skepticism of games journalists as they are now. Many people took it seriously, and I would say many people voted her game to get past Steam Greenlight because of it. But as the story started to unfold, later on as you will see, as the story started to unfold, people went back and investigated her claims on Wizard-chan. And this was the archive. You can type in this archive, https:/archive.is/muczzy, and you will see a very in-depth breakdown of what actually happened on the Wizard-chan situation. But long story short, it was basically a lot of people were quite convinced that ZQ created a whole lot of anonymous, because everything is anonymous, a whole lot of anonymous posts to manufacture harassment against her. As some would call it, sock puppeting. It is called a sock puppet. It really was, and you can read the archive post that I showed above. But long story short, the people who were running Wizard Chan at that time found out that those who released the targeted harassment posts against ZQ, most of those details of those posters were, I don't know how they managed to do it, but they could identify they were not frequent posters. They were new posters. And they made posts specifically to harass ZQ, or to give the impression that they're harassing ZQ. And that was the basis of all the evidence that ZQ used and the game's journalists used. And long story short, the game got listed on Steam. Till now. It got past Steam Greenlight after those articles dropped. That is just the prologue, by the way. That was just the prologue. So I'm going to take a short break and say hello to those lurkers who have dropped in. Hello to those lurkers who have dropped in. I hope you are having a good day, and I'm going to continue. Let me take a sip of coffee. But long story short, what happened to Wizard Chan was a tragedy. They got targeted because of a bunch of sock puppet accounts. They had legitimate criticism for a game that made a mockery of their mental illness. And what did they get as a response for it? Harassment from games journalists. It was a very sad thing to witness. I'm gonna go make coffee, wait for me. Embro. Should I wait for Embro lurkers? Should I wait for Embro before we continue? Okay, wait for Embro. Wait for Embro before we continue. So in the meantime, you can read this summary of, if you're not interested in reading the, let me see. If you're not interested in reading everything in this link, this is a summary. This is a summary, okay? This is a summary. Let me give it some more space so that you can read it. Okay. You should be able to read it. You can zoom in, I think. Wizard Chan was an old message board. It's similar to 4chan, but it was more focused. It was focused on a movie called Hocus Pocus. But there's neither here nor there. It is just, long story short, it's just another message board.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Hey Benjamin, I suddenly have craving for burgers and fries. Anyone got suggestions for fast food places I can pick for me and 4 lurker friends? I get the reference. But in all seriousness, Five Guys Burgers and Fries is really good. It is really, really good. I have gotten the chance to try it and I really enjoyed it. Off and on, I think about the burgers. Yeah, that's the only problem. Five Guys Burgers and Fries is quite pricey, but it is a good burger. I'd say it's a pretty good burger. As far as burger chains go, they make good burgers. Is Ambro back yet? Controller, can you shut up? Controller, can you shut up? But anyway, thank you for the 5 Kirby fan. I appreciate it. Ambro is back? Well, if Ambro is he back? I need him to tell me he's back. or else I will give him 1 more minute. Okay, good. Let's go. Let us go. Now, like I said before, this game was not very well liked by a lot of people. The people who got a chance to play it, 1, either they were bored, 2, they were annoyed that every single thing they clicked resulted in a bad ending, or 3, they played the game and they felt insulted with the way it handled depression. Those were the 3 big stories. Those were the 3 big opinions of the quote-unquote game. But that, despite its issues, it was praised by many games journalists. And these 2 I give are just examples, okay? These 2 I gave are just examples. There are many articles on this game back in 2014. You would not believe. I'm just giving you 2 examples because that is really all that I want to fit in. But you can choose to trust me or not, there were a lot of very good press. So for instance, this one. Admission Quest, Valve greenlights 50 more games. And this was basically a glaze piece, a fluff piece on Depression Quest. Front and center, as you can see. Front and center, a gameplay snippet. Front and center, the headline. Admission Quest. And of course, there's the one to the right that also praises the game. So, the question really asked, back then, there was no bad reputation between gamers and video game and games journalists. Back then, people still kind of took the opinions of game journalists quite well. So, this was one of the big incidents where gamers were like, games journalists, what the hell are you saying? I played the game I did not enjoy at all. How can you? Why do you all say it's like one of the best games ever? I do not understand it. That was when questions started to arise. People didn't think too much about it back then until well, this is just a bit more information. Again, it's just basically explaining what I just said. These 2 slides are basically explaining what I just said. So, it is important to say as well that despite only having developed one game that is not really a game, ZQ was being treated like an authority on game development. She was treated as an authority on game development as if she was some highly prolific and skilled game developer. And the only game she had on her portfolio was this. A text adventure. A glorified text adventure. That really had only like multiple depressing outcomes. Kirby Fan 4, you're making me hungry talking about this. I'm not. Please don't talk about food in front of me. As you can see, it was starting to get a bit confusing. It was starting to get extremely confusing, okay? And we were confused, make no mistake. Why exactly was this individual ZQ so special? Why was she so special? And why do so many games journalists call her a prolific game developer? And why do so many games journalists take her opinions seriously on the topic of video games. That was starting to get a bit confusing. Then a document dropped. It was before the days of the Google Docs, Google Document, before the days of the Google Docs, before. It was the days of the blogs. Before the days of the Google Docs, it was the days of the blog. And oh boy, was there a big blog. Enter the WordPress. The old days of the Google Doc. Before Google Docs were a thing. You can have a read of this in your own time if you are interested, but I have gotten the key points here. The key points was ZQ. I would say, okay, I'll preface this by saying, I do not care what you do behind closed doors in a relationship. And most people, especially the person who released this Google Doc, well, sorry, not Google Doc, it's a blog, a WordPress. Before the days of the Google Doc, it was the days of the WordPress. So, this person claims to be the ex-boyfriend or the ex-husband, ex-boyfriend. The ex-boyfriend of ZQ. And he wrote this as a warning to other men. It was originally meant to be purely personal WordPress for other men who were cheated on. But what he did not know at that point, or maybe he kind of knew, was the implications of all of these incidents. And what it actually came out was ZQ, according to the ex-boyfriend, had been quote-unquote trading favors. You can read between the lines what I mean by trading favors with 5 individuals. It was 5 individuals, and these 5 individuals, interestingly, were big names. Well, 3 of them at least. 3 of them were public information. 3 of them were big names in the video games industry, the indie games clique. 5 of them. There is reason to believe that the other 2 unnamed individuals were also part of the games industry, but only 3 were confirmed. And namely, one of them, famously high profile, was a games journalist. The same games journalist who wrote this article, Now, a little bit of fairness. It seems the trade favors between ZQ and this games journalist were only traded after he wrote those articles, especially the article about Depression Quest. But it appears that ZQ and this games journalist have been close friends for a very long period of time. Very, very long period of time. And again, you are free to read this archive at your own pace. It is a very long blog. It was a very long WordPress. It is a very long WordPress. And also keep in mind the name Fine Young Capitalist. It was going to tell you the type of person ZQ was. It's going to give you a hint at the type of person ZQ was. So, any questions so far? Any questions so far, lurkers, before we move on? I'm going to take some questions. I will give 1 minute. My day has been going fine, Galileo. Cyborg, what is your question? Lurkers, please behave. Questions about the topic, not about anything else. No questions? Okay, let's move on. Like I say, this individual ZQ has basically been involved in varying levels of personal friendship with various individuals in the industry. A lot of individuals in the industry, by the way. Games journalists, indie game devs, you name it. And what does she get out of it? What does she get out of it with so many friendships between various games journalists? She was personal friends with a lot of games journalists, a lot of Western games journalists. And you will see, for instance, what does she get out of it? What does she get out of it? Well, firstly, an example. What's the extent of the practical effect with her intense friendships with various game journalists? This is the story of the fine young capitalist. Like I told you before, it's gonna be quite a story. So, story time. You can read this old Reddit post, very old Reddit post from 2014. This is from one of the creators of the Fine Young Capitalist incident back then. And long story short, the Fine Young Capitalists were a group of, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, an organization of game devs. And what they had back then in 2014 was that they were going to create a game jam. It was a game jam where they would invite various women. They would invite women. It was a feminist game jam where they would invite women to participate. Women who are normally not good, who are not game devs, who did not study game development or game programming. They would invite a group, as many women as they could. And what they would do was, these women could write a pitch for their game, for a game that they would like to see. For instance, Fine Young Capitalists had game artists, they had game programmers, they had developers, they had a full team. They had a full team who was ready and willing to develop a game quickly. And basically they invited all kinds of women to give suggestions. So, for instance, what is the game about? What is the setting? What is the gameplay loop? What is the idea? Everything. These individual women can pitch everything. And depending on how good the pitch is, the Fine Young Capitalists would develop the game completely free of charge. They would just develop the game, and when the game was done, they would put it on sale. And depending on how successful the game was, all of the proceeds would go to charity. Every single dollar amount will go to charity. So suffice to say, it is a purely for fun event, and the women who joined it had no intention of making money out of it. It was just, the entire idea was to show that women were equally able to be good game directors as men were. That was the entire pitch. Yeah. It was basically saying that women have have as much competency and talent to be good game directors as much as any man. Very fair, very noble. It was for all intents and purposes, it was an event that almost everyone would praise, especially social justice warriors back then. The Pak Chor would have praised an event like this. But for some reason, very oddly, very oddly, they did not get any praise. They did not get any praise. Instead, they had people who DDoS their website. They had people who sent them mass harassment. They had people who sent them insults for some reason, and they had people who doxed them. That's the worst part. Something that should have been praised by the Pak Chor mysteriously was getting all the negativity ranging from doxing to DDoS, and people wondered why again. Well, it turns out, as you probably can read from here, in this link. Long story short, the founder, the people who were managing this fine young capitalist group, they were in contact with ZQ. Okay, they were in contact with ZQ. And long story short, ZQ basically asked, why are you not paying the women? And by paying the women, paying her. Long story short. Why are you not paying the women for pitching ideas for a game jam? And that was, they say, well, this is just an activity for fun, and it's just to demonstrate, it's just good PR and marketing to show that women are great, can be good game directors as well, and game designers. And all of the money is going to charity, isn't that a good thing? So, ZQ was not particularly happy with that, apparently. And basically, she got a bunch of her friends, bunch of games journalists, and well, the Fire Young Capitalist program was, as you can see, doxed, harassed, DDoS. And can you imagine that? ZQ was not happy was because she would not be getting paid. But of course the excuse was that she said, oh, women should be paid. Oh, women should be paid for this. We can't just pitch out an idea for a game development and not get paid. That was her excuse. Ignoring the simple fact was that any proceeds that come out from selling the game was going to go to charity. That was the story. They were making the game free of charge. All women had to do was take some time out of their schedules, write a pitch. And if the pitch was good enough, the game would be made. No expenses necessary. So, Fine Young Capitalists, the organizers, the individuals in charge, they started to talk to the games journalist. They say, why are we getting harassed? Can you please bring up this incident? You can read here. Can you please bring up this incident with, write about it, please? I do not understand why a program that is supposed to give awareness to the talents of women, why are we being attacked for it? Why are we being attacked for it? And apparently, some of the game journalists did reply to them. They did reply to them, and they say, well, maybe you should have given money to... Well, maybe you should have given money to them, to the women. Or in our specific case, you should have given money to another game jam, which we will talk about later on, okay? You should give money to another game jam as a donation. It's a different game jam and it's called Rebel Games. Rebel Game Jam. Remember that name. Rebel Game Jam. So, long story short, victim blaming. Oh, you're being harassed? I'm so sorry about that. Maybe you should have paid money to ZQ. Maybe you should have paid money to this other Rebel Game Jam that has no specific date and no specific time, but it's definitely 100% authentic. I promise you. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. But that's just one incident. So this is one of the many privileges that ZQ acquired as a result of being close friends with many games journalists and even some indie game devs. One of them. The second one is something a little more spicy. You can read the caption yourself, but long story short, game journalists kept writing those fluff pieces. Games journalists kept writing all of the positive press for ZQ. All of the positive press praising her game. Single game. I remember the SVU episode. It was hilarious. People memed on it for an entire month. People memed on that episode for an entire month. But we will talk about the Law and Order SVU episode later. It is a story. It is a story. It is an extremely hilarious story. But, long story short, they wrote fluff pieces, and guess what? It was not enough. They donated to ZQ. They donated to ZQ's Patreon. All the while they are writing positive press for her. They donated to ZQ's Patreon. These are just a few examples. So for instance, a very back then prolific Polygon games journalist wrote a lot of very, very flattering pieces on ZQ, all the while, as you can see to the image to the right, donates to ZQ. Oh yeah, so much ethics. I can feel the ethics from here. And then, of course, another one. A different writer. From a different outlet. Completely different outlet. Basically bringing up ZQ was a big victim of harassment. That she did nothing wrong. She was just doing what she was doing without harming anyone. And look to the right. Also, donates to ZQ. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Lucas, but correct me if I'm wrong. If you are a journalist, you write positive pieces about somebody, for instance, anybody, for instance, an author of a book, okay? For instance, an author of a book. You write a positive piece of an author of a book that she is the perfect individual, her book is flawless. And then it comes out that you were donating to this author's Patreon. Doesn't that seem a little bit wrong to you? Does that not seem a little bit wrong to you? Because I think there's something quite wrong about that. Now, this is what many people will call a conflict of interest. And in any other profession, in the ideal professionalism afforded to journalists, they should recluse themselves. You have a personal friendship with someone you're writing about? Do not write about them. But of course not. Of course they won't. They will keep writing about them. They will keep praising their friends to the heavens and to the earth. And they will give money to their friends. For what favors, I would not know. And I don't care to know. But definitely there was a favor. So. Now, remember what I say about Rebel Game Jam? This is where it starts to get a bit spicy. Lurkers, I want you to listen to this carefully, okay? Listen to this very, very carefully. A story time. So, remember there was this game jam. There was this game jam back in March of 2014. It was a very high-profile game jam, as you can see to the left. I can't exactly remember the name of it, but there were a lot of big brands associated with this game jam. A lot of big brands. And interestingly, this high-profile game jam was a disaster. It was an unmitigated disaster for some reason. And one of the big people who were being interviewed with this high-profile failure of a game jam was ZQ herself. And interestingly, again, we're talking about that specific one of the 5 individuals who wrote this article, as you probably already know. He wrote a very scathing article about this game jam, this high-profile game jam. So much so that you kind of have to wonder, are they deliberately sabotaging this game jam's reputation and ensuring that it fails? Well, spoiler alert, it did fail. But for some reason, that game jam happened about a day or so. Well, the articles dropped about a day or so. As if you can see the image in the middle. Can you see the image in the middle? I'll read it out to you. I'll read it out to you. Let me see. It is a registration is a domain tool. It is a registration for a website called Rebel Game Jam. I'll read it out to you. It is a domain tool that indicates the registration of a website called Rebel Game Jam. And it happens around the same day as the article to the left dropped. Very, very close, essentially. Very, very close. And if you look at... How am I going to... I'm sorry I don't have a bigger image, but I will read it out to you. You can have a look at the archive anyway. But long story short, well, I'll just read out what I say. I'll just read out. The side image, the left image is about... Well, this high-profile game jam is a disaster. People should not have supported it and blah, 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 blah. The one in the center is the registration of a website, the middle, and it happened around the same time the article dropped. And to the right is the website itself. You can open the archive of this page. You will see the game jam. It's called Rebel Game Jam. And correct me if I am wrong, that game jam never happened. Nothing ever happened to that game jam. It never happened. And if you look at the underlying text, oh, you can open this. You can open this website yourself to the far right underneath the archive.is. And if you were to click on the donate button, if you can click on the donate button of this game jam, you would notice back then, if you time travel back to 2014 and you were to click on the donate button of this game jam, you will notice that it redirects you to a PayPal page. And surprise, surprise, would you like to guess what that PayPal page is? Would you like to guess? Lurkers, would you like to guess? Controller, you are correct. ZQ's personal PayPal. ZQ's personal PayPal. So, long story short, as I said up here, wrote a smear piece on a competitor's game jam to promote another one. That just so happens the donations go straight to ZQ's personal account. Interesting, right? Interesting little tidbits of information. The timing is what really strikes me when it happened. It's the timing. It's always the timing. And as you will probably find out in the upcoming slides, there is always something interesting with the timing of everything. Sabotage a competitor. Shield the product of your friends. Tale as old as time. So yeah, these are just a taste of the privileges. These are just a taste of the privileges of having friends who refuse to disclose their conflict of interest. These are the privileges. Coercing a charity. Writing fluff pieces about you while you give money to them, while they give money to you. Sabotage a competitor and shield your product or your event. I hope the lurkers are following. Yes, John Tron was supposed to be on the high-profile game jam. It was supposed to be on the high-profile game jam. And if you read about this incident, you will notice that ZQ was being particularly toxic in that high-profile game jam. Almost like she wanted it to fail. That's just my opinion, by the way. It's just a conspiracy theory. Don't mind me. But it's very interesting that it happened the way it did. So what next? What next? What next? What next? The takeaway. I basically said everything that above. ZQ was very personal and very friendly with relationships with various games journalists and devs in the indie scene. As far as we all know, and it has never been disproven, ZQ uses these relationships to manufacture prestige for herself, weaponizing the press against anyone who crosses her. Whether it be personally offending her or by virtue of being a competitor or rival. These conflicts of interest had been happening, so pervasive, but eventually it was starting to come out. Because of that one Google Docky. I mean the WordPress. Because of that one WordPress. Oh, the Phil Fish story. Yes, Phil Fish was also in on it for some reason. Phil Fish for some reason was in on it because he was also close friends with one of the 5 individuals. And of course, if he is close friends with one of the 5 individuals, it is not impossible to speculate that he was also on friendly terms with ZQ. So what was the response? Anyway, before we continue, lurkers, is the picture I'm painting clear enough for you all? Is the picture I am painting clear enough for you all? I am a bit afraid that it is not clear enough, so if there's any parts that are not clear, please let me know, I'll explain. Okay, good. Well, the next part is going to be a trash fire, right? Let me tell you, it's going to be a bloody trash fire. So what happened? Ever since the document dropped, and people found out, and you know, internet being internet, 4chan join in, Reddit join in, Facebook join in, Twitter join in. They investigated. They started digging. They started digging and they found all of this. They found all these connections, as I've already explained to you, all these connections for the past many slides. And because they found out about these connections, they started asking questions. A lot of questions, in fact. So, for instance, there are a lot of things happen. So this is a screen. This is a collage. I'm gonna read it out to you basically. Firstly, questions were asked on NeoGAF, and it started subtle basically. Everything started subtle. By that I mean silenced. Everything was being silenced. So you have like NeoGAF. When you have NeoGAF, they were basically silencing the topics and saying that it is not positive discussion, it is not a productive discussion, and this is a nothing burger, and if you keep doing it, I will ban you. That typical thing, NeoGAF. And then there was Reddit, as you can see in the center image. A lot of deleted posts. And of course the usual excuses. This is counterproductive discussion, it is a nothing burger, and all of the usual things. It is counterproductive, it is not relevant to the discussion, and do not bring it up. And it turns out, if you look at the bottom left image, I wonder if I can increase the size just a little bit. To the bottom left, it is the very specific Reddit mod who say that talking about the journalist being involved in a conflict of interest was counterproductive and irrelevant and a nothing burger. It turns out this specific mod was pretty close with the various games journalists. pretty close with the various games journalists. Tweeting about them, tweeting at them, replying to them, and even at some points going to cafes with them and all that jazz. Very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. And if you look to the image to the center, the one, let me see, I'll show you. The image right here, although it is a bit hard to read, is a bit hard to read. This one, this part, is a bit hard to read. I'm sorry about that, but all these images in the collage are all readily accessible. They are still publicly available and you can corroborate them themselves. So, some Redditors found out that this Reddit mod was in very close relationship with a lot of games journalists. And they say that, isn't this a conflict of interest? This Reddit mod has a conflict of interest. This Reddit mod has a very serious conflict of interest. And so they asked the question, are you going to let this mod just stay there as a mod after we found out that he has a conflict of interest? And the other Reddit mods say essentially, literally, and I quote, F off, literally. They literally said, fuck off, really. Interesting. And of course it went to an Imgur. People really started noticing a lot of things. A lot of things. And then there is the top right. I'm going to summarize basically what it's saying, okay? The top right was another WordPress. No, it's a Tumblr blog for another games journalist. It is a Tumblr blog for a games journalist. And this games journalist basically said that I am very tempted. Okay, not I'm tempted. This games journalist basically said that I am quite concerned with all of the news that's coming out about other games journalists having a conflict of interest with this ZQ individual. And I am interested in delving deeper into it and reporting on it. And the other games journalists who were this person's colleagues say, in no uncertain terms, this is a non-issue and you should stop investigating it. If you insist on asking more questions, and if you insist on even thinking about this topic, we will fire you. Yeah. Interesting, right? Interesting. Very, very interesting, every single thing about all this. It really makes you think. You work one day in Kotaku. You're just doing your job as a proper games journalist. You report on things, you report on scandals involving the games industry, you report on every single thing about the games industry. You go into a very concerning issue that you feel like it is your responsibility to report it. You pitch it to your management team, and they say, you better not ask so many questions or you are fired. Interesting stuff. Good on that games journalist, because he or she is definitely a proper journalist at that point in time for asking these questions. And is really telling that the management of Kotaku would say such things. So again, a summation. Many sites joining on the censorship and silencing. Some parts of 4chan, and it's a whole story about 4chan. Before, I will tell you about the story about why even 4chan was censoring talks about ZQ and the conflicts of interest. Very simple. there was this festival. It was called the XOXO Fest. And all of the usual people you would expect to be there. ZQ was there. Various games journalists who were like friends with each other were there. And the then owner of 4chan was there. The then owner of 4chan was there. Moot was there. It really makes you think. He's friends with all of these games journalists. And so when the topic started coming out, he joined in on the censorship as well. And in no uncertain terms, Mood basically said that this topic is off limits. If anyone ever talks about it, their threads will be deleted. It is a banned topic. And interestingly enough, that was the first exodus of 4chan. They move on to something called 8chan. But of course 8chan is a whole different can of worms altogether and I'm not interested in it. When Mood was kicked out of 4chan and he was replaced by Hero, they came back. So yeah, there's a bit of backstory for you. Even Mood was in on it. It makes you really question how deep the rabbit hole goes, isn't it? It really makes you question. Well, suffice to say, that was quite something. And of course, Reddit mods. Reddit mods were banning the topic, and as you can see, even till now, Wikipedia calls it a harassment campaign. And then of course there's NeoGAF. You lookers might not remember this, but NeoGAF, before it got its purge, this was NeoGAF before the purge. Before they moved to Reset Era and NeoGAF became more sanitized. Back then NeoGAF was a huge problem. And I suppose you remember the owner of one of the owners of NeoGAF, or the big admins of NeoGAF, was involved in a huge scandal himself, but that is not a story for today. So yeah, this was some of the websites. There were definitely more websites who were censoring talks about this. But for now, it was still censoring. It was still censorship. It was still silencing. It hasn't gone hot just yet, but it was getting there. But anyway, I think I'm going to take a quick break. I need to get something to drink. Okay, I'm going to get something to drink. You lurkers, it's a break time for you all too, so you all can have your own little break time. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Do not go anywhere. I'll come back later, okay? I'll see you. Okay, I'm back. And I'm going to take an opportunity to read the chat first. If we have a bit of time, I might cover Matt. If we have a bit of time, I'll cover mundane Matt, but I'll wait. That's not the primary point. Turn off that pesky ad block. Sure, Matt. We will turn off the ad block for you. You can go keep collecting boulders with your son. But anyway. Moving on. There is still one of the high-profile individuals who actually was very, very unwilling to talk about the conflict of interest story was none other than Stephen Totilo of Kotaku. He was particularly incensed over the existence of the topic. For some reason, it really makes you wonder. So let's read a bit of it, okay? So the one to the left is basically saying, yeah, it happened. Well, long story short, it happened. Okay, I'm just rereading it again and I'm quite in shock at what he's saying. I'm rereading what he said and I'm quite in shock of what he's saying. Basically. We are aware that it is happening. We investigated ourselves and find that it is not a problem. Long story short, that is what Stephen Totilo of Kotaku says. We are aware that it exists, but it's not a problem. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? We do not exactly know. The last two names were never shown, I don't think. The last two names were never shown. But read everything. Basically everything saying that yes, I spoke to this games journalist who is personally involved with ZQ, and we talked, and I have come to the conclusion that it is not a problem and I will not take any action about it. That was the long story short. What an interesting response, isn't it? What an absolutely interesting response. So yeah, he was particularly upset over this story being public. For some reason. He's trying to pretend that it's not a big issue and he doesn't care, but he cares. He cares a lot, for some reason. So what else? A bit more from Stephen. I can read it out for you. And it's very interesting. It tells you, this illustrates, lurkers, I want to be very clear to you. This illustrates to you the type of people games journalists are. Okay? This illustrates to you perfectly the type of people these games journalists are. I will read it out to you completely. And I will explain to you what it means. Okay? I've noticed this week's Best of Kotaku has no mentions of the allegations concerning corruption in the gaming press by Robert Florence, or anything about how he left his position at Eurogamer after his article was edited because of legal threats made against Eurogamer. I think it sounds like a pretty important story about the gaming industry, but you know, that's just me. Fair comment. In any other situation, whether it's a law journal or it is about anything else in particular, whether it's law journal, whether it's about sports, whether it is about Wall Street or anything, all this type of conflict of interest stories have to be front and center. It has always been like that. If you are any self-respecting journalist, if you're a self-respecting journalist who take your job seriously, this will be front and center on your stories all the time. But let's see what Steven Tortillo of Kotaku said. I don't think it's a pretty important story. I think it's the same tired nonsense about games journalism that some folks love to carry on endlessly about. If we had more clear facts about whether one journalism outlet or journalist really threatened to sue another, and if that other outlet buckled under that needlessly, then maybe we'd have a small story. But that would take reporting to find out, and I don't care enough about the latest supposed media scandal to ask my reporters to look into it. You know what's important? Doing good games journalism, which is what we did this week and highlights in the list above. Can you understand the type of people games journalists are now? Can you understand it? Basically, he is saying, I don't think it's an important story because scandals take too much effort to investigate, and I don't care enough. That really is his argument. That really is his argument. It is too much work and I don't care. Again, what does that say about games journalists as a profession? They would rather... It really proves how much they care about the industry. At the end of the day, they do not care. Such a high-profile scandal involving corruption and conflicts of interest, it's not an important enough story. What do you mean it's not an important enough story? It's a scandal. It takes too much effort to investigate. I'm not interested. But anyway, we are doing good games journalism. And you refuse to investigate a very real scandal. You want to be paid, and you're going to do the bare minimum. At this point, I can be a games journalist. I have more than enough credentials to be a games journalist at this point. Where is my money? Ayane, welcome. I can tell you, if I actually took this seriously and I actually chose to be a games journalist, I would weep. Well, I would either be Games Journalist of the Year, or I will be the most hated games journalist by every games journalist. Because if this is the standard of good games journalism, if this is the standard, well, just about everyone can be a top-level games journalist then. Can you imagine, you lurkers? Can you imagine saying it with such a blank face? Saying it to someone's face that I do not want to report about this situation because investigating it would take a lot of work. Can you imagine coming out of a so-called journalist's mouth? Literally, his excuse was, "It's too much work." I am aware of that, Lurker-chan. This is why I don't want to be a games journalist. Well, if I'm going to get paid to be a games journalist, maybe I would bite the bullet. So what we are following so far is not only are they all in on it, on this conflict of interest part, not only are they all in on it on the conflict of interest part, they are also lazy. It is corrupt and lazy. While they're gathering all of the chat boxes of unlikable and useless, aren't they? But let's keep going. Again, my god, this is shocking. So basically, the first half of the retaliation, you could say. The first half of the retaliation, you could say, was games journalists and various people who are friends with them in various sites, Reddit Yogav, even Mood himself, they tried suppressing the story. And they were also threatening other games journalists who had a bit more ethics than they did, who had just a little bit more ethics than they did, from ever reporting the story. They threatened them with firings. Shut them up. Good. They tried suppressing it. And also, if you are a games journalist, by the way. There was also this case. Let me go back a few slides. This was an interesting case. I think I have to bring it up. The one here is a Facebook post far right bottom. Long story short is there is also a link to that image that you can find in your time, but long story short is it was a prospective game developer, indie games developer, and he was asking for pointers about, well, basically the usual pointers about game development, but he also brought up the ZQ story. Bottom right. He also a game developer brought up the ZQ story. And another game developer replied to him and basically said that if you want to continue with your career pathway as a games developer, you should not talk about ZQ or any of these related stories. Because that would be a bad idea. Something along the lines of that. It's like, it really feels like mafia, doesn't it? It really does feel like mafia at this point. So yes, it is interesting. Prospective game devs are scared into silence, threatened with networking deprivation. So basically you're saying, you should not mention anything about ZQ and the scandals. If you have nothing good to say about ZQ and the games journalists and the game staffs involved with her, shut up. Or else, no one will network with you, no one will work with you, and no one will talk about you, and you will be shunned. That was the message. But suffice to say, it didn't really help that much, did it? People kept, internet being the internet, people kept talking. So it was about a week or so. Games journalists tried to play quiet, hoping everything would blow over. Reddit mods deleting posts discussing about it, 4chan deleting threads discussing about it, NeoGAF deleting discussions talking about it, Wikipedia deleting anything about it as well. But it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop. Because Streisand effect. The more you try to silence and censor it, the worse it gets. And oh boy, did it get worse. People kept talking. People kept doing. They kept talking, they never stopped. Yes, Ayane 4chan was caught censoring talks about ZQ and the conflicts of interest as well. Because for some reason, Moot had a relationship with the people involved. This is why so many people left 4chan in 2015 and moved to 8chan. Well, before 8chan became a disaster and got chased off to the deep web. So yeah. It did not end well. It really did not end well. And people kept talking, and the more they tried to censor, the more they tried to silence, the more people started asking questions. And then you could say the game devs proverbially snapped. To them, enough was enough. To them, enough was enough. And that was when it all started happening. That was when it all started happening. Gamergate officially started about a week after the scandals came to light. And how did it start? The articles. Tens of articles, all dropped around the same period of time. Gamergate officially started with a bang. Gamergate 1 started with a bang. And it started with the games journalists. They started to strike back. They were no longer trying to censor. They were no longer trying to sweep under the rug. What they did was, instead of playing ignorant and ignoring everything, they decided to start a very coordinated gaslight campaign. This is the term called Mot Yan Sin Go Jong. Is the Cantonese word Mot Yan Sin Go Jong. If you're caught doing something wrong, you are the most angry about it. When you're caught doing something wrong, you're the most angry about it, and you start lashing out at everyone else for pointing it out. And you know what? It kind of worked. That's the sad part. It kind of worked. It worked quite well. So the script completely flipped. The script completely flipped about a week after the whole talk about the scandals and the corruption and the conflict of interest. The script completely flipped. It no longer was about gamers found out incestuous relationship between game developers and game journalists. It was no longer about gamers have identified conflicts of interest within games media. It was no longer about gamers have discovered corruption in games journalism. It suddenly became misogynistic gamers are targeting women in video games. and the script got completely changed. Kirby Fan 4, don't be so quick about it, by the way. Don't jump ahead. Please don't jump ahead. No lurkers jump ahead. I'm trying to finish it, and everything else, once we are done, we will get back to additional things. But yes, long story short, this was when everything started. This was when Gamergate started. The gaslighting was when Gamergate started. No one started it but the games journalists. They have themselves to blame for Gamergate happening because they started it. If they had just have the base level of integrity, if they just had the base level of decency to just call out conflicts of interest, none of this would have happened. Gamers would still trust games journalists, but no, they did not want that. Instead of admitting their wrongs, they gaslight. And they say, oh, we did not have a conflict of interest problem. It is you gamers who hate women. That was the narrative. It was one of the biggest gaslight campaigns I have known of in recent history. Nothing came close. Nothing came closer than Gamergate. Truly. No gaslight campaign came closer than Gamergate. As you can see here, the classic, the center top, that was the center top by games journalists of Gamma Sutra. Gamers don't have to be your audience. Gamers are over. She kickstarted the Gamers Are Dead campaign. And everyone joined in. Within hours, another article was released. Within hours after hours after hours, another new article was released. And interestingly, people started to notice a trend. A pattern, you might say. And what pattern did they notice? Indeed. They noticed it was the timing with one article after another, every single article saying the near exact same thing, just with a few paraphrases here and there. Every single one of the articles said the exact same thing. Gamers are dead. Gamers are toxic. Gamers hate women. Gamers are misogynist. Gamers are bigots. And you can look at the timing of the release of these articles. For instance, August 28th alone. August 28th alone. Within hours. Some of them within minutes. Look at this one. Gamma Sutra and Destructoid. 12 p.m. 12:09. Less than 10 minutes, another one dropped. Then 12:09, 12:21. 12:21, 12:36. It's very interesting, isn't it? It's so odd. Well, it's not just that, by the way. Not just that, by the way. They also had coordinated attacks. Coordinated lashbacks. So, wrong thinkers were also victimized. This is a rather prolific feminist researcher. Her name is Christina Sommers. And she still makes videos that she still posts off and on. But basically she gave a very logical and reasonable interpretation of what happened throughout Gamergate, as it is now officially called. It's now officially called Gamergate. And she basically says something along the lines of, something along the lines of, gamers just want to play their games without intervention from people who do not care about them. And what is happening with this conflict of interest is worthy of attention. And for the people who are attempting to gaslight this conflict of interest scandal by saying it is a problem with the gamers, they are either dishonest or they do not know what they're talking about. That was basically Christina Sommer's take on the Gamergate incident. And of course, as you can see in the image to the right, the game's journalist targeted her too for wrong thing. Called her far right, called her a right-winger, called her conservative, called her internalized misogynist. All the usual words. Back before the word pick me became popular, it was internalized misogyny. So she was targeted by games journalists. Again, the question still remains, why was everything so coordinated? And any of you lurkers who asked the question as well, everything seems so coordinated. Why is that? Well, simple answer is they are coordinated. These are just some snippets. Once again, it's just some snippets. There was a mailing list. There was a very infamous mailing list. It was called Game Journal Pros. Yeah, very, it is so under the nose. You can feel that ego. They called themselves that. Game Journal Pros, by the way. Game journalist professionals. That is what they called themselves. It was a mailing list of close to 150, maybe even over 150 games journalists from different websites, from Kotaku to Polygon to Gamasutra to even Game Ranks back in the day. People found out, and as you can see right here, you can read some of them. This was how they coordinated everything. This was how they coordinated the articles. This was why articles came out within minutes at times. And if you read some of the emails to the right, for instance, if you can read the email to the, okay, lurkers, look to the image to the right. If you can read it, can you read it properly? Because I need you to read the one by William O'Neill, Editor-in-Chief of Tech Radar. Can you read that? Lurkers, can you read that out for me? Read that and understand. The one from William O'Neill at the center of the right image. Just slightly below center, the shortest line from Tech Radar. Yes, that one. As Lurker Chan said, who here hasn't slept with a PR person or game developer, am I right? They know. They know. They know every single thing is correct about them. They know they were caught. They know they were caught. But here's the thing. They know they were caught, and all they care about is trying to one-up the people who found out. They're not sorry. They're not even sorry that they were caught. They were not sorry that they are wrong. They weren't even sorry that they were caught. They are just outright retaliating at you for being found out. 惡人先告狀, as they say. You lash out in anger as people find your mistakes. Those are some very interesting emails, and you can read them yourself, lurkers. You can read them yourselves. I have provided every single link to them. You can read at your own pleasure. Quite a trip so far, hasn't it been, lurkers? If you, again as the saying goes, if you are not disgusted by the behavior of games journalists, if you do not dislike games journalists enough, you do not dislike games journalists enough, they show you exactly what type of people they are. They really show you exactly what type of people they are. So the email to the left top and the one at the bottom is basically so let me just explain to you. The one at the top left is basically the whole idea of, it was one of the discussions being had by the games journalists of how they were going to write those coordinated articles about attaching gamers. So back here, all of this, the one at the top left was a discussion and was talking about defending ZQ, and it was talking about the gamers that are a problem and how each person was going to release this at that time and this at the other time, and what was the time frame that you all were releasing the articles, and what day. Everything was there. That's the top left. The bottom left, the archive, is just listing out the most updated at that point in time of the Game Journals Pro email mailing list. And suffice to say, the Game Journals Pro mailing list and the group has been deleted a long time ago. Like I say, this is all history and it's all historical accounts. But if you ever want to see a snippet in time, it is right there. And now, how did the public take this? Well, as you would expect, the journalists, Wikipedia, the people in positions of power, they ate it up. Or they were forced to eat it up. Who knows? Wikipedia made their bias very apparent. The Law and Order episode made their bias very apparent. Then of course the articles from The Guardian, articles from CNN, articles from the usual suspects, they also perpetuated the gaslight. Yeah. But how did the regular person take it? How did the regular gamers take it? How did the masses take it? The vast majority. Well, long story short, they were not happy. They did not buy into the gaslight. Not long after all of those game journalist articles started dropping, there was a counter. It was a counter campaign per se. A big enough counter campaign. And it was called Not Your Shield. And if you want, and you will notice how some things never change. Even all these years, some things never change. And one of the things that never truly change is the Bapjaw's obsession of using other people's identities as a shield for their bad behavior. That hardly ever changes. And this was a big campaign. But of course, knowing games journalists and knowing the journalists everywhere else, no one dared to give this any form of publicity. But the internet remembers. The internet saw. Game Journal Pros. This isn't my final form yet. My final form is called Game Journal Ultra Pro Plus. Oh my goodness. Darkness, you cracked me up. But yeah, as we already know, gamers are one of the most diverse communities on the internet. Unironically, the actual textbook definition of diverse. And they did not like being smeared. And they also did not like being generalized as the straight white male. They did not like that. And that was what Not Your Shield is about. But of course, no one cared. None of the people in the games journalists cared. They didn't care. They didn't care so much to the point that Tim Schafer at one point mocked the Not Your Shield campaign. He used it as a joke, a punchline to a joke. In one of the, I think it was GDC, I can't remember. He was hosting or he was making a speech. Tim Schafer made a mockery out of Not Your Shield. I remember it to this day. If we have a bit of time, maybe I can find the article, but the masses were not happy with this. The masses were not happy with being gaslit. But of course, they at that point in time did not control the games media. They at that point in time did not control media. Not like now. Not like now. And that is how the meme at the right side came to be. The I am not oppressed meme. People do not understand its origins, but it came out around the time of Not Your Shield. To some, it was savior complex narcissism, and to others, like the games journalists, it was a convenient lie, and gaslight to dodge responsibility for being outed having conflicts of interest. And the punchline to it all, lurkers, the biggest punchline to all of this. You look back at this, lurkers, late 2014, and now, mid 2025. Can you tell me with a straight face how much has changed? Lurkers, how much has changed? Tell me how much has actually changed over the years. The principles, how much have changed? We're still seeing the same tactics. We're still seeing the same words. You just change one buzzword for another one. You replace bigot for chud. For instance. How much has it changed? But this was the legacy that Gamergate left. This was the legacy that the games journals want to leave. Gamergate is the forever scapegoat. Used for everything and anything. Gamergate's aggrievements still haunt the internet. Elon Musk war on federal workers owes to Gamergate. iDubbbz, or Anissa's husband, brings up Gamergate as he tries to dodge criticism. Burger Cat, thank you for the membership, I appreciate it. And the one at the top here is funny. The one at the top here, this one. The one at the top, if you want to see a situation where Gamergate became mainstream politics, check out South Korea's young conservatives. Koreans in Korea having opinions is somehow tied to Gamergate. Lurkers, South Korean politics somehow manages to drag Gamergate into it. Someone managed to make it about Gamergate. Let's keep going. Of course, Gamergate 2 and the funniest of all, lurkers, the funniest of all. Vilifying AH shows we learn nothing from Gamergate. Johnny Depp and AH. Somehow Gamergate is involved. That is Gamergate's legacy, the forever scapegoat. Your car crashed today and you struggle to go to work? That is Gamergate's fault. There was a lightning strike close by and the entire power grid has been destroyed? That is Gamergate's fault. You were throwing a Molotov cocktail at a group of... You were throwing a Molotov cocktail at a store and you accidentally burn your hand? That is Gamergate's fault. You were caught disrupting the crowd. You were caught threatening people and beating people up, and the police caught you and locked you up. That is Gamergate's fault. Everything is Gamergate's fault. And that's how the game journalists love it. My best friend is now married, has a husband and has kids while I remain single. That is Gamergate's fault. Asmongo is now the #1 political streamer compared to Hassan Piker. That is Gamergate's fault. Everything is Gamergate's fault. I can create even more examples. Or iDubbbz. Oh no, I fell for an elaborate prank by Sam High when I was trying to make a documentary about him. This is certainly Gamergate's fault. As Anisa's husband would say right now. Oh my goodness, there's so many examples I can give, and I'm going to be stuck here forever creating examples if I don't move on. I am stuck here being distracted by my own jokes about Gamergate. This is Gamergate's fault for sure. So now, you thought that is the story of Gamergate 1. Lurkers, that is the long and short story of Gamergate 1. And would you believe it? Would you believe it? We got a sequel. They loved Gamergate 1 so much they made Gamergate 2. It happened all over again. You replaced the game's journalists with game consultants. You replaced gamers with chuds and incels. And everything starts all over again. The true start of Gamergate 2 was not Hogwarts Legacy. Not to me at least. The true start of Gamergate 2 was one thing. One thing. I will show you what it is. I'll show you. People, you ask what was the source of Gamergate 2, and I will show you exactly what was the source of Gamergate 2. This tweet was the reason Gamergate 2 happened. When a now ex-employee of Sweet Baby Inc. decided to attempt a harassment campaign against a Steam user and curator group, all for the crime of crediting their game. That was when Gamergate 2 started. And the best thing about how Gamergate 2 started was, it is very hard, very, very, very hard to say that you are the good guy when you were the one who tried to get someone's account mass flagged and reported and harassed. That is a very hard thing to achieve. Wizard Game was again the pre-Gamergate 2 event. It was before, just before. Hogwarts Legacy had a bigger implication. It was a prologue, but it also has bigger implications than just video games. It was also saying a lot about politics. It was saying a lot about streaming. And it really makes you really asked the best question, Adrian. You really asked the best question. If they're so proud of their work, why are they so against people talking about their work? That was what Cabrutus did. That was what Sweet Baby Ink Detected did. All they said was, this game has Sweet Baby Ink contributing to it. End of story. They didn't say anything else. They just say, this game, SBI had some work in it. That game, SBI had something to do with it. That was it. Cabrutus was the perfect example of Streisand effect. What this Sweet Baby Ink employee did was the perfect example of a backfire of such indescribable proportions. Because of this Sweet Baby Ink employee, Cabrutus went from a very small, literally what account and curator group into one of the forefronts of identifying DEI in a video game. People take his research very seriously though. And Sweet Baby Ink only has their own staff members to thank for that. If they did not attempt to start a harassment campaign, none of this would have happened. Gamergate 2 might not have happened. Chris Kindred created Gamergate 2, just like how the game's journalist created Gamergate 1. How does it feel, I wonder? If I were Chris Kindred, how would I feel? But yes, same principles, same things, just a different coat of paint. Top left. Co-founder of Sweet Baby Ink, Kim Belair proudly explains the method she uses to force bosses at game studios to censor, alter, and diversify quote-unquote game projects she feels are problematic. Terrify them, as in threaten them with the anger of a cancel culture mob. Or how about this one? With the title from Game Devs of Color Expo, with the title How to Get Away with Murder Subverting Genre Expectations. The third bullet point. For cool, why am I here? To burn the games industry to the ground. Or how about this one? Square Enix, Forspoken, The Failure, Bandai Namco, that game with the Witcher actress. Failure. Or how about Dustborn? Dustborn, a failure. Turns out they receive funding from the Norwegian government. Or how about the case with Let Me Wukong? The devs said no apparently to a 7 million threat from consultants like Sweet Baby Inc., a consultant of some sort, and because they rejected the 7 million consultancy cost, different games journalists like IGN started to attack them. Or how about to the far right? Game developer consultant Richie DeWitt promises to destroy careers of video game company employees if they call out DEI policies. Just a different coat of paint, lurkers. It is just a different coat of paint. So, that concludes the content I want to cover today. Let's start off with something simple. Any questions? Sadly, Gamergate 2 could have been prevented. Most of them were key participants at Gamergate 1 that people had kept tabs on, but sadly everyone celebrated victory so soon. Okay, I will be a bit honest about Gamergate 1. Ah, yes, exists. You brought up an interesting point. You brought up a very interesting point, and I will have a look and see if I have it. found it. Funny you mentioned the FBI. It's funny you mentioned the FBI. Back during the most popular president in history of the United States term, they were trying to go after gamers. They were going to try and classify gamers as, well, they even used the word domestic terrorists. That was how bad it went. But I think it's now not really going to be a thing. Hopefully it's not. She was not in a room with Congress, she was in the UN. She was in the UN along with ZQ. The ADL almost revived it, but at the end of the day, no one cared. Because people care more about Hassan than gamers. That is one thing. That surprisingly, the people who are usually at each other's necks are willing to unite against. Hassan. Gamers do not like Hassan. The ADL do not like Hassan. It is interesting. I do not follow Roblox, so probably it's news to me. Yes, I saw that Hassan went to the LA riots for e-celeb points, and it seems he may not be getting off scot-free. But since you're bringing up, I might want to research the Roblox incident. I am very curious what's in the Roblox incident they are talking about. Oh, by the way, Watame sheep. It has already happened. Yes, it has already happened. It happened back in 2014. There was a games journalist who literally said that gamers are worse than the Egyptian goddess Isis. As, like one would say. One of the games journalists literally said that gamers were worse than the Egyptian goddess Isis. It was a tweet. And I can't remember where I saw that tweet, but it definitely was a tweet someone made. I know some of you don't believe me. Oh, interesting. Okay, fine. You want to do it this way? Let's do it this way. Let us do it this way. Let me see. Interesting, it got this. Nope, I am not mute. I am looking for something because it's seeing is believing, as some would say. I'm trying to look for something seeing is believing. The only thing is I am trying to look for it. Where is it? It is written by a Kotaku journalist. It is written by Kotaku journalist. I am quite curious to see who wrote it. I remember seeing it. Too bad it's gone. That post is long gone, but where is it? There we go. I found it. I think I found it. Of course it involves him. Of course it involves him. Of course it involves him. All these years it still involves him. Yeah. See you, Smokehouse. At least you finished the entire lecture. And so right now it's just a little bit of some leftovers. And we will talk a bit of leftover stories, and maybe a bit more on the peripheral of Gamergate. Peyton Huang, thank you for the sub. But anyway, I have had a good talk. I'm going to take a quick break right now, and I will see you all shortly, okay? I'll see you all shortly. For now, I've got to take a break. What is going on? What is going on? Wait, hide your stocks. Quick, hide your stocks. Too late. Look at all this. Look at this chat. Look at this chat. Look at it. Oh, don't you good morning me, Darkstrail. Look at the chat. Anyway, good morning. Good morning. But you missed the big topic. You missed the big topic. Let's have a look at... Hold on. Oh boy, this is a story for... This is a story for... Oh my god, this is a story for the... What of the century? This is a story of the century. The Law and Order SVU. The Law and Order SVU story. Oh my goodness. The Law and Order SVU story is a meme by itself. It is a meme. It is nothing short of a meme. I want to find some ridiculous images, by the way. Some absolutely ridiculous images. Or maybe I could do a watch along. Let me have a look. Oh, okay. I don't know if this is...
Totally lost it. It's freaking me out.
Don't even, Anthony.
They don't know what's real and what's a game. Drop it! Recoil.
Not like shooting a video game, huh?
Actually, it's exactly the same.
Oh. Oh my god, the Max Payne one is funny. The Max Payne one is funny. Actually, is the Max Payne one is so funny. The Max Payne one is so funny. Oh, the... Oh, this one is funny too. Oh no. There is so much. Oh no, the Mass Effect one is hilarious. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think it's a bit too. Some of the memes are too spicy. Some of the memes are way too spicy. Oh, Ice-T actually made a video about this. He actually... Oh, how many more different memes are there? Let me have a look. Okay, that is... I think that is a... There are more memes about this episode, so I'll just give you all the name. I'll just give you all the name, okay? So that was the name of the episode. Law and Order SVU Intimidation Game. Oh no, I misspelled. Not intimidation, intimidation. Get rid of the N. That is the name of the episode. And there are a lot of memes about it. Intimid. Okay. Do I have a better meat? Anything else that is less spicy? You can watch yourself. Is that really Logan Paul?
You will have nothing and you will like it.
As a Gamergate veteran, your video made me remember a lot, both the good and bad. Thanks for telling everyone about me and don't forget to go home, Gamer Girl. Oh no. Oh no. I have been harassed on the internet. Oh no. Go home, Dayo. But, of course, like with every single incident that follows everything, like even Gamergate is also not an exception. There are some people who take things too far, and for that respects, I expect you lurkers to always to have proper restraint, okay? Proper restraint. Always focus on what is important. And what I mean by important is outline the problems. The corruption is the problem. The conflict of interest is the problem. Or in this case, with Gamergate 2, the consultants threatening game developers with a cancel culture mob to contract them are the problem. Do not make it personal. Do not be like those games journalists. Do not make it personal. And do not go beyond the criticism. Let the market deal with them. Let karma deal with them. And of course, suffice to say, Gamergate was also a flashpoint for the onset of what will become known as the skeptic community. So people like Sargon, people like Mundane Matt. I want to talk about Mundane Matt. Mundane Matt had one of the biggest fall-offs I can. Mundane Matt alongside Crowd had some very interesting fall-offs. So, Ken Bozo, you wanna know who Mundane Matt is? Mundane Matt. Matthew as in Matt. M-A-T-T. He was one of the few people who got popular talking about ZQ. Basically, he was talking about ZQ and that WordPress, or as some of you would now know as the Google Docky. So Mundane Matt was talking about the Google Docky that ZQ's ex-boyfriend wrote and also showed pictures of her game. Well, the quote-unquote game. ZQ copyright struck Mundane Matt. And he became popular after that because Streisand effect is strong, and that was his claim to fame. But as with everything, he went stale. He went stale. He only had his 15 minutes of fame, and then eventually he kind of started to taper off, but he made one more big splash. And that big splash was basically what ended his YouTube presence. Well, it pretty much damaged his online presence beyond recovery at this point. And now Mundane Matt is the own. Now all he does is having TDS. Basically, Mundane Matt is what happened to iDubbbz, in a way. Mundane Matt became what iDubbbz became. Less intense than iDubbbz, but in principle it's similar. Yes, Atrium. If you copyright, if you false DMCA a YouTuber, it is considered the gravest offense as a YouTuber. You only DMCA someone if you have a legitimate reason to do so. Otherwise, it is something that will be hated on by almost every YouTuber. But let them, yeah, I'm kind of curious. he has a lot of stories. A lot of people talked about him as well. But of course, the one who is the most popular, of course, is Jimbo. Jimbo's story on Mundane Map was an interesting one. It's a 51-minute talk about it, but I think it's a bit too late to show this video, but it was very, very interesting. Josh 999A, I'm always praying for Jimbo's survival at this point. That is quite interesting. I have heard a lot of tropes in manhwa and manga where some characters are permanently afflicted with some very, very horrible affliction, some kind of illness that destroys them the entire body, but for some reason they always somehow manage to survive for years and even decades. That's a very interesting trope to me. I am wondering if Jimbo is actually part of this type of trope, where he suffers but he somehow manages to claw on to life for as long as he does. We are side characters in Jimbo's manhwa, yes. And Pippa is that side character who always gives support to Jimbo as he suffers through his manhwa moments. Thanks for the trip down memory lane and filling the gaps I missed the first time around. Let's remember the true intentions of Gamergate together. And this cannot be emphasized enough. Thank you, Ken, for the 5. This cannot be emphasized enough. Okay? The reason for Gamergate is simple. Corrupt people deserve accountability. Conflicts of interest deserve to be exposed. Misdeeds deserve karma. That is all there is to it. That is the core of Gamergate. For those people who use Gamergate as an excuse to harass random people, all because they might not have the purest agreement with them, no, that is not the point. Do not ever do that. Everyone is free to support or criticize Gamergate. Our job is to give them the proper context and explain to them what they think is wrong. Our job is not to harass them and to intimidate them into false agreement. That is what the game journalists do. That is what the papjaw do. Do not be like them. Remember that. So, like I said at the start of this presentation, all of this is just a rethinking, is just the talking about history. And all of this is to destroy the gaslight. Destroy the gaslight. Anissa's husband wants to lie about Gamergate. I have fact-checked him to the best of my ability. For anyone who bothers to watch this video, for anyone who bothers to watch this stream, I have explained very thoroughly. For though, if you ever see a games journalist, if you ever see someone like Anita's husband, if you ever see someone, some auntie on Twitter or X or on Facebook, if you ever see people like that trying to pass off the whole Gamergate thing as a misogynistic harassment campaign, you show them this. You show them all the facts. You show them the full context. And you let them know that the only reason they think in such a way is because the gaslight worked on them. And make no mistake, a lot of people are still perpetuating this gaslight. I saw Britannica. Well, Britannica, I don't know why would anyone trust Britannica at this point already. They were caught lying about Yasuke, and they are also caught lying about Gamergate. And this is the thing I do not understand about the quote-unquote trolls' remorse. I do not understand it. How do you have remorse if what you say is correct? Unless you're forced to have remorse because you're living in a dystopic 1989 Orwellian society, how do you have remorse if what you say is correct? That is the case with a lot of Anita's husband's old content cups. Just about everything he said in those different content cups were true. There were bad Kickstarters. There were bad people behaving poorly on the internet. There were people who were exploiting something to push their own agenda. Those were true. What is there to feel remorseful about? Do you feel remorse for telling the truth? What type of twisted society is that? What type of twisted society where you are forced to feel remorse for telling the truth? And if we follow closely Anita's husband, all of his talk about empathy, all of his talk about... I'm sure a lot of you have watched the concern trolling video, right? A lot of you have. Oh wait, let's take this opportunity to watch Cameron's video. Let me see. We might as well take the opportunity, okay? Because, like I said, the reason I made the Gamergate presentation was solely because I got triggered by, of all people, Anita's husband bringing it up again.
Yeah.
What we do here is go
That's
back,
pretty
back,
good.
back, 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 back.
You know what's funny actually? At least Cameron. At least Cameron has the class to embrace his embarrassments. And there's a lot of stories about him. There are a few stories that Cameron brought up. It's interesting. Okay, I'll skip it since you don't like it.
How tight is her pussy? What's going on, guys? Didn't think we'd be doing this, but welcome to Content Deputy. Today we'll look at what Ian's been up to
No, he's one of the audio guys. He's the one of the music guys for Yandere Dev.
since my content cop released and his brilliant systematic dismantling of all criticism sent his way. Also his reaction to my video. I think a great way to start this video off is to give you guys a couple of updates. Now, let's get a little serious here. First of all, thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I'm extremely humbled by all of the support my last video received. By the time this video is out, we'll have reached 40,000 subscribers, and all the support has just meant a lot. I'm gonna keep doing this. I appreciate y'all. On that note, the fundraiser attached to my last video not only surpassed $6,000 raised for cancer research, which is a whole lot more than Creator Clash 2 ever did, but it also surpassed the
That is a very that is a very sharp jab at Anisa's husband.
fundraiser attached to the Creator Clash 2 VOD that, Ian made to save face for, the lack of money going to charity. That's not only incredible, it's kind of hilarious. Since my content cop, Ian has been doing some sort of humiliation tour, and the first stop was Hassan Parker's house. Hassan was doing a charity stream reacting to Ethan's content nuke, and as I predicted, the funds went to the Creator Clash Tiltify. Now, I kid you not, after arriving late, Anisa's husband comes on Hassan's stream and sits in the cuck chair as they watch Ethan's video. Now let's see if Ian responds to the criticism of the sketch that he made with Hassan with that swastika sword.
I'm Jewish!
This would be the perfect opportunity, so let's see what he's got.
I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword. We were grabbing a lot of props in Hassan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones. I'm gonna kick you out if you apologize for that, by the way, because that's ridiculous.
I'm gonna kick you out if you apologize, by the way. He knew. Everyone knows that he knew. I showed you. A few streams ago, I showed you. I showed you exactly when, well, it's not a stream, I think. I posted about it. Yes, I posted about it. Hassan knew. Hassan knew, and let's be honest here. Let us be honest here. Given Anisa's husband and Hassan, do I have a reason to ever believe anything they say? Without evidence. That's a hard ask.
Oh, he can't. His son won't let him. What a fucking pathetic fucking loser, dude. Other than sitting there uncritically while Hassan screams and tries to deflect all criticism from the content nuke, there really isn't much to criticize Ian here for, mainly because he barely fucking says a word.
Or you learn.
This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons. And
don't laugh at his fucking...
During the stream, there were many times where Ian's face reeked of regret and being uncomfortable as he realizes that these new friends of his do not care about him whatsoever and have some questionable takes.
They have a shelf life because they don't have the same fucking stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise. An army of anonymous Redditors telling you you're brilliant. But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror, you're not going to recognize who you've become. That's it. It's turning into a lolcow of a different variety. That's what I think.
You know, say what I want about Hassan, but he was pretty spot on with that description. Very, very spot on. But of course, knowing Hassan, the target is probably someone else, someone different. But what he described himself perfectly, and he described Anisa's husband perfectly. And yeah, I'm starting to suspect maybe Hassan is very aware of the type of person Anisa's husband has become. And he's just doing a backhanded jab. That is what I'm suspecting. It's pretty obvious, Darkstra. It is pretty damn obvious. It is pretty damn obvious that Anisa's husband only chose to be friends with her son because Anisa told him to. It is so obvious. Which makes me curious, why does Anisa's husband still tolerate Anisa? I do not understand.
That's so mean.
I gotta mention it again.
That is so mean. That means he knows it's about him.
One of my favorite parts about the stream is the unironic cuck chair. How do you do that to yourself? Like, you just can't beat the cuck allegations anymore, dude. Now, there's a good old saying that goes along the lines of, wherever there's a spineless cuck, there's a snake. And this snake...
Anisa's wife. Yeah, that sounds
goes
funny.
by the name of Anisa Jama. Now, in my previous video, I went really light on Anisa, and that's because not only was the video not about her, but I wanted to show that Ian is a malicious, spineless piece of shit, whether or not Anisa is involved. But since my video dropped, Anisa has been continuing to win the unlikability contest of the century. And can I just say, just looking at this couple and like the evolution, it's pretty scary how things degraded. Look at this happy, normal-looking couple. Is this a recession indicator? Like, how do you choose all the tattoos from a kid's sticker pack and think it looks good? One of my favorite insults I've heard is that you look like a skateboard. I think that's pretty funny. It's funny that the tattoos that Ian has kind of look like the sewer that he used to eat pickles in. Hey, Ian and Anisa, I could tell you guys are pretty torn up about the whole tattoo thing, and I wanted to give...
Let us not also forget. I will always take this opportunity to remind lurkers on stream, when we are talking about the topic of Anisa's wife, the husband, Anisa has repeatedly talked bad about her wife. She has repeatedly talked bad about her wife on stream, on podcast, saying he crapped the babe. He crapped himself on stream and laughing about it.
Give you guys some options, because I understand that it's probably really hard for you guys to deal with all the hate you guys are getting with your tattoos, and you know, I feel pretty bad. So I'm gonna give you guys some options on how you guys can cover up your tattoos, because I can tell it's really hurting deep down. So what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to grab your masking tape, and you're gonna want to get something that's around your skin tone and just cover it up. If you put enough layers on, it really starts to cover it back to how you were. It's pretty perfect, isn't it? Great. Look, you can even do some ASMR while you do it. And then when you take it off, you can wax yourself a little bit. Oh, and the snake isn't the only one being the retard on Twitter. The cuck is too. In his content cop, Ian was trying to criticize Ethan for the lawsuits that he was filing against people.
You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. No, you have a ton of power, you have a ton of options, you have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich.
Someone's mad at the internet. But then he tried promoting Denim's GoFundMe, trying to sue Ethan for claiming that she promoted the Giardia claim, which is true. She did do that. She even tried deleting evidence. After she got caught doing that, she
Oh, that is a very not good thing to do. When you're announcing a lawsuit and you start deleting evidence, that is not a good thing to do. No. That is, more often than not, that will bite you back hard. You delete evidence, is gonna bite you back hard. Especially when you make things legal. No, that's not how it works.
Funded the GoFundMe and isn't gonna do anything now. No lawyer would help her with that. That would have absolutely been a frivolous lawsuit, Ian. So I don't know why you're promoting that one. Lesbians? Okay, so far Ian's humiliation tour isn't really addressing any criticism other than the sword. This isn't looking very promising. Where's this next stop? Oh, goodness. So Noah Samson, who has the personality of a dry sponge, has been doing a bunch of charity streams for Palestinian refugees, and that's cool and all. And on these streams, he's been having a variety of guests. Some of them were to be expected, and others were absolutely insane.
What do you think about what Ansar Allah are doing now, bombing the...
Yep, the pirate.
Stopping the airport.
I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about how I feel about the Houthis without the FBI arresting me, but I would say this motion and this motion and
oh, and he also had items on.
We're live, yeah?
Yeah. Sorry, I keep forgetting to mention.
Oh my goodness. What type of a podcast interviewer guy is this? He talks... I know I'm one to talk, but... I know I am one to talk lyrics, but he is... personality of a dry sponge. How do you talk with such a blank face? How do you talk with such a blank face and a pure monotone that doesn't even go up or go down? How? His face is blank. It's literally this. Throughout. All his interviews is literally this. This is literally his face drop. I have to ask you the question of whether you agree with this statement. Oh no. Anyway, I'm glad that you are here. Is this thing on? Oh yes. I am not allowed to say such a thing, but I want to convey this message to you. I am emotive. I am a compelling interviewer. Lurkers, why are you not giving me recognition? Where is my clout? I am interviewing high-profile individuals. Give me my clout. Did you know that breathing is racist? Did you know that? Seriously. Say what you want about Hassan. At least he has emotion when he talks. Compared to this guy. And personally, although I am not the biggest fan of mocking someone, I feel that considering the opinions this Noah guy is espousing and what type of people he is trying to support, I feel a bit less guilty talking about this. But yeah, dried sponge.
That.
Listening to this is painful. These two people having a conversation could put anyone to sleep in 5 minutes. Ian doesn't even care enough to know that Noah is streaming. This whole thing is a mess. Other than the multitude of dumb tangents these two go on and the multitude of times that Ian humiliates himself for no reason at all.
Although my hairline's kind of receding a little bit.
This stream is notable because Ian actually addresses some of the criticisms that people like myself had thrown his way, and he even mentions yours truly. Hey Anissa and husband, hope you guys are having a great time watching.
Do you think Cameron will catch up on the Anissa and wife and one day? Instead of calling him Anissa's husband, call him Anissa's wife? Do you think one day we will actually make that meme come true? Anissa's wife.
Let's see what Ian addresses in this high-energy, fast-paced interview with Noah Samson cosplaying as XXXTentacion.
I put my dick in my parents.
Some people are like, oh, this is way too, like, into politics. They thought the video... There's a lot of people who thought the video was too centered around Israel-Palestine. I was like, that's... In my mind, that's crazy, because I felt like it was just this
Your entire premise was about the Middle East conflict. Anissa's wife, your entire video was a proxy of taking sides in the Middle East conflict. Just because you say it's preposterous doesn't mean it's any less true.
Smallest touch of that.
The smallest touch? It's literally the premise! You open with it!
He is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel.
You act like you didn't even write your own video. Well, that actually...
WA2K, being a loser is not itself a problem. What is a problem is being a massive liar. That is the problem. Lying through your teeth and projecting all of your lies on other people. That is the biggest problem. And make no mistake, Anissa's wife has been caught lying a lot.
Might be the case.
I also take ownership for the Tana. The Tana thing was my.
Oh, that was so long ago.
Was my idea. Was my stupid idea.
So he's deflecting the criticism of him putting his politics and his new shithead friends over a near decade-long friendship. Got it.
And then there were some people who said the exact opposite, and they were like, "Oh, this is just like this is something that should have been addressed behind closed doors. Like this is way like personal. This is your personal gripe." Or whatever that you're, making public.
How is that the exact opposite? You had a ton of paths you could have taken. This wasn't a one way or the other type of situation. I could either keep friendship or be a political cunt. And the criticism that you're describing is totally valid. This should have been handled in private.
Can you notice it or not, Lucas? I'm sorry for pausing it off and on, but can you really notice it or not? Anissa's wife says every single Anissa's wife is the embodiment of this. I'm sorry, I'm going to type something out. 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 I am going to type something out. Anissa's wife is the perfect representation of this statement. Do as I say, not as I do. Perfectly. Every single word that comes out of his mouth to condemn someone else, he does everything. Every single thing he condemns someone else of being, he himself is being them. It's almost comical. It is almost comical how this is so frustrating. This is so frustrating. Every time I see something coming out of Anissa's wife, every single word that comes out of Anissa's wife, I just can't help but cringe and feel so much frustration. Every single thing he says applies back to him 100-folds. Every single thing he says.
You should have had no problem denouncing people calling your close friends genocidal baby killers who are endangering their children. This should have been an extremely easy take to have.
I'm pretty satisfied with that because I feel like that's probably the sweet spot. If people can say both of those things.
You're all of a sudden want to act like you haven't seen most of the criticism about you. Like, I think you know that there's a little bit more than that. And also, what the fuck makes that the sweet spot? How are you enjoying that position? Well, I can now rest and I can now nest now that the entire internet thinks I'm not a good friend and have political brain rot.
I don't know, there's some of that energy that I think people, recall from old iDubbbz videos, and they're like, I want that old unhinged iDubbbz energy, that kind of shit. And I kind of get what they're saying, and I think a lot of it is just
No, don't misrepresent what they say. Don't misrepresent what your ex-fans say. Do not misrepresent what your ex-fans say. The old unhinged idubs, the old edgy idubs, those were appeals, but those were not the sole appeals. What made idubs, not Anisa's wife, idubs, what made idubs appealing was that despite his unhinged behavior, despite his edginess, and despite his unhinged behavior, he spoke what he believed was the truth, without reservation. Someone behaves badly, he will call them out. Someone scamming someone else, he will say it's a scam. That is what the ex-fans want from idubs, Anisa's wife.
Generally having passion.
Hold on. This might be positive. Did he actually listen to one of my critiques?
Yeah, I think it's a process, but I think this was a big step for me.
Never mind. False alarm.
Gaining passion, and his passion is throwing his once best friend under the bus. Ah yes, how passionate. I can feel the passion from here. Let me go back.
Never mind. To one of my critiques?
Yeah, I think it's a process, but I think this was a big step for me.
Like as you heard it here from Anisa's wife, being passionate is backstabbing your friends so that you can gain clout with another group of people. That's how it is. Oh yes, I'm so passionate. I am a passionate fan of competitive backstabbing. Weird passion you have there, Anisa's wife. That is some very, very odd passion you have there, Anisa's wife.
Never mind. False alarm. Okay.
To say fucking enough's enough. Because I think it's important, I think there's a lot more people who should be fucking, at least with Ethan specifically, like drawing the line, being like, fuck no, like you're not gonna talk about me like that online.
Hold on.
You're not gonna talk about that, like, you're not going to talk about that about me online. And you proceed to basically say Ethan is mentally ill, and you refuse to call out when your new friends are saying that he abused his children. And you are saying repeatedly that Ethan and his wife are very terrible people again. Why are you not taking your own advice?
Isn't this exactly what Ethan did to Hassan and Denims and all these people trying to ruin his life? Like, didn't he draw the line when people were trying to call CPS on him and trying to ruin his life? I feel like that makes your entire video moot.
Because it's all also political. Everything's political. You have to acknowledge that element as well. I'm not gonna,
No, not everything's political. If I say I shit in the woods for fun, that's not a political statement. That's me being goofy. This, my good friends, is what I like to call political brain rot. If you're seeing reptoids and Martians...
Zero Online, you missed a lot. I finished the Gamergate lecture already, and now we are just closing off with the reason I even made the Gamergate lecture to begin with, and that is covering Anisa's wife. I want to find that meme. Let me find that meme. Can I find that meme? Let me check. I want to find that meme. Do I have it? I want to find it. I can't find the meme, but I want to find it. There we go. I made this meme back then. It is telling. It really goes back. Political brain rot. It's the same criticism. Like I say, Lurker, some things never truly change. Some things really never change.
At every given turn of anything, and you can't just enjoy something for it to be entertainment, then you're delusional. Not everything's fucking political. Is me playing Minecraft a statement on the socio-economic state of the world right now? You sound like Jaden Smith. You sound retarded.
Like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world right now?
You're fucking delusional, dude. And he's such a fucking idiot. Now, before we continue with this interview, I must remind you guys of a point I made about Noah in my last video. Noah's ultimate conclusion is that all of these creators back genocide because they criticize Hassan, which takes a lot of fucking hoops to draw that conclusion.
What is wrong with this Noah Samson individual? Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Okay. I gotta roleplay a bit again. You know, the only reason these people are criticizing our bad behavior is because they are evil bigots. It's so obvious. It is so obvious. That is the only reason. If you believe in anything else, I'm sorry, but you are a bigot. I am Noah Samson, and thank you for watching. Okay, enough segue. Okay, enough jokes.
And after watching this dog shit video, I completely understand why Ethan Klein and Mudahar want to sue. I won't get into my opinions on if they should or shouldn't sue, but let's just say I won't exactly feel sad if this scares the shit out of Noah Samson for years, fearing generational debt. You shouldn't feel confident to slander people. Now, Noah is no stranger to slandering people. For example, he called the commentary streamer Chud Logic a pedophile baselessly, and then was later forced to apologize for it. And he's apparently still being sued by Ethan Klein and Mudahar for the slander that took place in his YouTubers who backed a genocide video. And
oh boy. Why would you say so? Lucas, this is something that I believe that because we are all being terminally online, that there are some things that you all have to understand. Not just me, not just you, not just me, but everyone should understand. Just because you believe you live on the internet does not mean your words are free from accountability. If you had said this outside in a public area, you will be held accountable for what you say. If you're going around accusing someone of being supportive of genocide, if you're going to go around and say things like that, you better be prepared for the consequences. You either find the evidence wherever you can find it proving what you say is correct, or be prepared to be sued. People do not take words like this kindly. Mr. Noah Sampson especially. People do not take being accused of supporting evil deeds kindly. And you didn't say this anonymously, and that's even worse. They know you said it. And I hope Ethan sues you. I hope he and Mutahar, I hope Ethan and Mutahar sues you for every dollar you have. Because saying things about people that are not true, and you know it is not true, and you know the words that are coming out of your mouth are disgusting, and yet you say it anyway. There has to be accountability for that.
Genocide video. And overall
consequences is a part of freedom, yes. And for those who are trying to say that freedom of speech means free from consequences, no. Just like how someone has the freedom to say something they want to say, people have the freedom to react in the way they want to react. The consequences of one's actions is the exercising of the freedom of another person's. At the end of the day, everyone is free to say what they want and also to react in the way they see fit. And if you're lying about someone, people have the right to say you're a filthy liar. That's how it is.
Outside of his orbit, he's just known for being an extremely malicious individual. So you could probably imagine my surprise when I saw this.
I wanted to bring up, I don't know if you saw the guy who made the content cop about you right after the H3 content cop was outed as a
that came
pedophile.
Across my feed.
Was outed as a child rapist.
Oh no, you could have researched this first. You're the one who brought it up, dude. There's no plausible deniability here. The funny part about this is that he
Oh, yeah, this is what I recall this. This was the whole drama that came out after Cameron's content cop. So this was where it came from. It was this Noah Sampson video. No wonder people were calling out Cameron not too long, and I was a bit confused why they were calling him out and saying that, oh, he was so successful with Content Cop and then now he's failing. Now he failed. Okay, let's see what he says. Let's see what Cameron says.
Likely knows that he was mentioned in my video, meaning he probably saw the critiques I made of him slandering people. So in response, he does the exact same thing to me. Now I could go on and on about all these layers of irony, like how Noah and Hassan have no problem parroting these false allegations against me based on an out of context phone call, yet constantly deny actual rapes when it has to do with the conflict between Israel-Palestine when their side is the one at fault for them. Instead of that, let me do Noah a favor. Hey Noah, nice hair. Let me be very clear. I did not rape or sexually assault anyone. For context, this all goes back to a short fling I had over a year and a half ago with someone 2.5 years younger than me. After a falling out, she DM'd several people and falsely accused me of sexual assault without any proof.
I'm really open and honest about what I've done. I lied about you in private. I did. But I wasn't trying to imply that, like, you assaulted me.
Then, in an apparent attempt to fabricate evidence, she called me and started recording mid-conversation talking about a consensual hookup. She then suddenly shifted the topic to an awkward hug that we had, where I picked her up. This had made her uncomfortable because she had past trauma related to being picked up. Of course, while talking, she deliberately left out the context of the hug to make it sound like an awkward sexual encounter. essentially twisting two completely unrelated moments together to make it seem like I admitted to something that I never did. I didn't know you didn't like being picked up. I put you down. It's not sexual.
I had like a Spurg freak out, and they're acting like I had a rational response.
Yeah, I didn't know that picking you up was going to trigger your PTSD. I didn't know that. You didn't tell me that. And you said that. And we've talked about it, and I still feel awful about it.
Yeah, we talked. It's none of their fucking business.
It had nothing to do with sex. And after her little self-admitted manic episode, she publicly expressed multiple times that I never sexually assaulted her. Have I ever sexually assaulted you, or hurt you, or raped you, or done anything nefarious to you?
No, but I bet I know which subreddit is claiming those things.
That her allegations only came from a manic episode and tried to deflect everything else because of that. That pissed me off more than anything he said about me.
It did come from a manic episode. That was my words, not yours.
Exactly. You said it, not me.
I confess to you that I thought I might have BPD because of it. Like, I'm coming to these conclusions myself. You're not just pulling stuff out of your ass to make yourself look better. I'm the one who came to you and told you that. I have long since distanced myself from this person, obviously. Not only were these accusations disproven over a year and a half ago, even the person who made the dogshit video resurfacing these allegations has stated publicly on multiple occasions that this girl is a pathological liar, that he doesn't think I sexually assaulted anyone, and doesn't think I'm some sort of predator.
I have never sexually assaulted anyone, which is true. I don't believe he did. She has done that in the past, and I would not instantly take her word for anything, right? Which is why I don't think Cameron is some sexual predator, rapist, pedophile. Noah, this information was public and available long before your stream. What you have done is textbook defamation, and you did it on a much larger platform, ignoring the publicly available facts. That's illegal. If you have any integrity as a content creator, which I don't think you do, you will make a public retraction and an apology. And while I would love for you to do that, I have a feeling you won't. Which means Ethan and I have a lot to talk about, given that I have legal options to explore if you can't make this right. Now, Noah, I will give you 14 days from the release of this video to issue a public retraction and apology.
It has been 7 days. Noah has 7 more days, by the way. Noah has 7 more days to issue this retraction.
It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just an honest apology for your slander now that you've seen the correct information. Now, if you don't do that, I have a plan B. Hello, Ethan Klein. If you're watching this, or someone that you know is watching this, please direct them to this. Please feel free to reach out to me on Instagram. I am more than willing to join your case if Noah doesn't make things right. To close this little segment off, I'll parrot what I said in my original video. You shouldn't feel confident to slander people. You should feel scared at what might happen to you if you choose to spread malicious libel against someone.
Didn't you make music for that anime game?
Wasn't she like 2.5
Oh.
years younger than you?
Did you give her a girl a non-consensual hug, you fucking freak?
Hey, you keep that up and I'll make a video about you.
Oh no.
I got a sort of little abridged description of it from Anissa.
Hey, Anissa.
I don't know, it is what it is. I tried to not give it too much attention, you know?
Yeah.
What the hell? How dare you both? Are you guys trying to sabotage my charity video? Ugh, disgraceful. How dare you attack charity? No need to give it attention, Ian. I'm sure you're fully aware of all the criticism I sent your way and are fully prepared to lampoon all my arguments if need be.
Yeah, sure.
But I think he was raising money on his video, so that's, you know, that's a good thing.
For
like cancer or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good.
Well, I don't want your approval. You can shove your kudos up your jama because I just made a 90-minute video criticizing you. And instead of acknowledging any of my criticism, you sit there uncritically while your retard friend slanders me. Why the fuck do you think I want any of your kudos after that? Oh, Ian, how times have changed since VidCon 2019.
Oh wow, look at that. Ah. Does Cameron kind of look like young Yandere Dev in that photo? He kind of does look like that. I'm sorry, but he kind of does look like that. He kind of looks like young Yandere Dev. You know, the one with the what was that? The chalice video.
What a different time that was.
There are a lot of things to like mock him about, bring up, make him look stupid. all this sort of shit. Like, the fucking tattoos are insane.
I have no clue how Ian feels comfortable at all criticizing anyone's tattoos. It's gotta be some cry-bullying, bullying based on his own insecurities, kind of like what he criticized Leafy for, but maybe he forgot all that. Maybe that was knocked right out of his head by Dr. fucking Mike or something. Fucking pathetic moron.
He's trying to do all of these, like, he's trying to appeal to, like, incels on the internet and shit.
What does your wife...
The buzzwords. Anisa's wife. He already went for the buzzwords.
Dude. She does fucking OnlyFans. Her job is to appeal to little incel gooners, dude. Ethan criticizing you.
Yes, I know Zero Online. He worked music for Yandere Dev, I recall, yes.
Somehow appeals to incels because for most of your life you were a fucking incel and you didn't get your dick wet until you were 27. Yes, when you spend most of your life a fucking virgin, people are gonna make fun of you for it. Sure, it's childish or whatever, but it's gonna happen.
And I'm like...
The 40-year-old empath. The 40-year-old empath. Old empath. The 40-year-old empath. I can feel the empathy from here.
Oh, like, that's what the fight is? Like, I didn't even realize we were at that level. So, I don't know. I think I went in expecting something, like, a little bit more... A gentleman's game.
Yeah.
Buddy, this is fucking YouTube drama. This is a shit-flinging match. You act extremely arrogant. You're not running for fucking president. This is a YouTube drama. What the fuck did you expect? You act...
Gentleman's game. Right. Gentleman's game, just like how you threw your friend under the bus. That type of gentleman's game. Anisa's husband, Anisa's wife. I'm sorry, I almost incorrectly called Anisa's wife husband. I'm so sorry. That type of gentleman's game, Anisa's wife, where you throw your friend under the bus, talk bad things about him and gather all his enemies into one room to condescend to him. That type of gentleman's game you're talking about?
Act like you've never experienced YouTube drama before. You act like this is something new to you. Dude.
Internet blood sports. That is what they call debates on the internet.
You've been dealing with it for 7 years, and you were perpetuating it for most of that time. Stop putting yourself on a fucking pedestal, dude. It's so pathetic.
One last question. Did you send the skulls? What is your opinion on the skulls, and did you send them?
I didn't send the skulls. I don't know. I thought the skulls thing was kind of humorous to hear that.
Visualize this, lurkers. Visualize this. You have a wife. You have 2 kids. You have a wife and you have 2 kids. Your occupation is a podcast on the internet. And a few people got upset at your opinions over something. And one of the days, you mysteriously receive a package in the mail. And when you open the package, you see 2 small, live human skulls. 2 human skulls. What's so fun? Where is the joke? Where is the humor in that? Where is the comedy in that? Lurkers, just think about it. Because someone didn't like your opinions online, a few days later you receive a package in your mail and it is 2 human skulls. Remember, you have a wife and you have 2 children. What is the message that the sender is trying to convey? Yes, Kenbozo, that indeed has happened. Ethan has talked about it a few times and people have verified it a few times. Even the people who are involved and suspected to be involved in it are not denying their fact. So yes, tell me, where is the humor in that? Where is the comedy in that? Is there a punchline I am not getting?
Especially when I heard that they were like from skulls.com or some shit like that.
And so what difference does it make? So what if it was from a website like skulls.com? What difference does it make? Oh yeah, I bought these 2 skulls and I sent it to your house personal home address, and I know you have 2 kids, but I sent you 2 skulls. So what? So what if it was bought from skulls.com? Or some silly website like that?
That made it funny.
Yeah. Just a death threat to a father, a family.
So he
And funnily enough, even Noah notices how twisted it is, and Anisa's wife did not. Can you imagine that? What we have known so far about Noah is that he loves making crap up about people. And even he notices that it's a bra moment. Even Noah notices it is a bra moment. And Anisa's wife thought it was funny still.
finally acknowledges the human skulls. And instead of disavowing this unprecedented harassment on YouTube, he makes a joke out of it because, I don't know, they just weren't fucking freshly chopped off heads? What the fuck even is this shit anymore, dude? This retarded, safe, edgy shit? Like, stop fucking pretending to be an empath while saying shit like that.
Was it a death threat?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no.
Was it a death threat? It absolutely was a death threat. Are you
To Noah's credit, you can feel how uncomfortable he was at Anisa's wife's response towards that question. To his credit, at least. And wow. What is up with Anisa's wife?
Are you joking? How else will you interpret that? To me, that's someone saying, hey, these two human skulls, these are you two if you keep this shit up. Maybe that's just fucking me. I don't know what the hell you're supposed to interpret from that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking piece of shit. There isn't much else to say about this interview. It's just riddled with repeatedly bad arguments and not much informed to do with responding to critiques to Ian's content. Well, other than this.
I think the common defense from the other side would be something along the lines of like, don't use charity as a shield. But I think they completely missed the point that it's like, it's not a shield. It's just like, hurt me as much as you want. You know, it's basically saying like, you do not have a case.
Stop the cap.
A perfect segue into our next topic, Creator Clash. So as I mentioned earlier, shortly after my content cop, Anisa's husband made an appearance on Hassan's Piker. So as I mentioned earlier, Anisa's husband made an appearance on Hassan Piker's stream where Hassan was watching Ethan's content nuke while raising money for charity. Sounds innocent enough, until you realize that this
Hassan's Piker. Anisa's wife appeared on Hassan's Piker. I'm so sorry. This is, and that is so funny. I don't know. Anisa's wife appeared on Hassan's Piker. Pike, as in pike. A pikeman. Pike. P-I-K.
charity is linked to Creator Clash's Tiltify. I was so close to calling it. The only possible way this event is saved is if Hassan uses a socialist grift money, but even then, no one's gonna fucking show up. But I was wrong when I said Hassan was gonna use the socialist grift money. Of course he wouldn't. He's the worst fucking socialist ever. So now anybody who goes to the Creator Clash 3 Tiltify, oh wow, it looks like they've raised a ton of money. Fuck no, it was Hassan's stream. Look at this. Like the overwhelming majority of this money is from Hassan's charity stream. By comparison, iDubbbz raised jack shit.
Jeez. Wow. gives you a bit of a familiar vibe, right? Remember the familiar vibes? Back to Gamergate 1? ZQ? Getting donations? From games journalists who only talk nice things about her?
Shit. Now, since Anissa and husband stepped down, much has taken place. 2 more fighters have dropped out, Freddie Wong and LA Beast, meaning the event has no main card fight and 2 other fighters without opponents. The event...
Ah yes, the very anticipated fight.
Freddie Wong and LA Beast, meaning the event has no main...
The most anticipated mashup in history, lurkers. Right here. To be decided versus to be announced. Who will win? Who will win? I'm gonna make a poll. Oh boy. To be decided is getting a bit of a heads up. A bit of a... Oh, it's getting a bit neck to neck. Oh, no. Oh, it's back to neck again. To be decided still has a bit of an edge. Just a bit of an edge. Oh, the gap is closing for to be announced. You don't have the choice, Tesla Tank. You have to decide on a winner. Let's just leave it on that for now and we'll continue the video while you vote.
Card fight and 2 other fighters without opponents. The event was delayed and moved from Tampa to LA, and fighters have continued to voice concerns, mainly blaming these issues on Ian and Anissa, rightfully so. While I still won't be supporting this event and still feel like you should donate directly to charity or donate to me if you want to waste your money, by that I mean don't fucking support this sinking ship, I will give credit to the new owners for transparency, as it has caused Ian to face one of my critiques head on. Before I get directly into that, I'm going to clarify Creator Clash 3's business model, since the new owners have made it a lot more obvious and transparent. This year, the event is explicitly a for-profit event, and the only charity aspect is a separate Tiltify donation campaign. Kind of completely defeats the purpose of the event, but I digress. Please stop calling me gay. In the previous 2 events, any surplus of money from running the event went directly to charity after any expenses were paid. I had assumed the same thing was going to be happening this year, and the Tiltify was only just added as a shield in case things went wrong again, but I was incorrect. But you can't really call this a charity event anymore. And I do still think that giving a cut of that surplus money to charity would be better, but that doesn't matter. What does matter is that I was absolutely right about Ian and Anissa taking a profit thanks to these new owners showing the accounting. Ian then had to make some half-assed apology to Reddit for not being transparent enough, and all I can say to that is this: hey dumbass, we told you this last time, you still weren't transparent enough this time, and now you're getting criticized for it, dipshit. Fucking read. Now I gotta say, and I can't blame the new owners for this, but this whole business model feels extremely scammy. Creator Clash was always advertised as a charity event. In Creator Clash 1, Ian got paid. We didn't know.
That's even worse actually. Creator Clash has always been advertised as a charity event for as long as I remember. And Anissa and her wife were very happy to use it as a shield. Oh, you cannot criticize us because you will just be undermining our charity. Oh, you cannot talk bad about Creator Clash because you'll be undermining a charity. You do not want to undermine a charity, right? That would be wrong. That would be so evil. How can you talk bad about a charity? That was the defense.
that. In Creator Clash 2, they didn't get paid because they lost money. But in Creator Clash 3, they were going to take 34%, and none of the money made from the event went to charity. It's only this tiltified. That feels pretty scammy, in my opinion. If it was more explicitly stated by Ian and Anissa like it has been by these new owners, maybe I wouldn't be feeling like this is some sort of fucking scam. It's extremely deceptive and misleading to your audience. Even when trying to escape criticism, the spineless cuck and the snake get shown for what they are yet again. Let's see how they feel now that the event is out of their hands.
I'm the happiest I've ever been. I know people are like,
Cope.
But I truly am genuinely the happiest I've ever been.
Let's see if if I can do this and, you know, run the event as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we did for a period. But
yeah, I mean,
I think it's in better hands.
Yeah, it's definitely in better hands. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's definitely in better hands. That's
Ooh.
disingenuous. I don't think it's definitely in better hands.
You gotta love how Anissa is so unwilling.
Holy moly. You pass off your management to a group of friends you know, and you proceed to insult them. Goodness me.
Willing to engage with her mistakes, that she inadvertently attacks the new owners of the event by implying that they are incapable of handling the event. What a fucking dumb bitch. Before we go on to our final topic, I'd like to correct a part of my content cop where I misspoke. Funnily enough, it has absolutely nothing to do with Ian, though. There's been very few people to actually leave H3's crew. Only one is left on bad terms. Hell, Dan's been there for like 7 years, if not more. So no actual crew members ever left on bad terms. That was a misspeak on my part. I was trying to refer to Ethan's old housekeeper who was suing him, but as of now, I don't think that's gone anywhere, so yeah, there's that. To wrap up this video, I'm gonna give Ian some clarity on something he really doesn't seem to understand. Ian, nobody really cares that you wanted to change up your content. Sure, for some of us that liked your old content, it was kind of a bummer. But the problem actually arose through your extreme overcorrection and making your entire public personality about not being your old self. You're very bad at responding to criticism, and not all of us get it right the first time. Sometimes you gotta mature and be more level-headed and let time pass and learn from your mistakes. You can make mistakes and grow from them. That's fine. But don't make that your entire fucking personality. And even if you don't resonate with it anymore, don't shit on people who enjoyed your old content. You come off as disingenuous and extremely fucking annoying. Now, I've made my own mistakes in the past, and I won't pretend to be some fucking moral peach, okay? I just want to entertain people. But I can confidently say that you've proven to be a malicious piece of shit with a wife who's an even bigger fucking snake. The way you backstabbed your friends, lied to the public about your charity event, and managed to mishandle every fucking thing that you touch over the past several years, while doing everything you can to suck up to people whose purity tests you immediately fail, is extremely fucking pathetic. And so, goodbye, Deputy Washburn. I'd one.
Really, words cannot say. Till now, I'm still a bit shocked. All this time, you would think I would stop being shocked already, and I'm still kind of shocked. I really am. How iDubbbz transformed into Anissa's wife. It's jarring. It is really jarring. I don't think I have anything else good to say about this, honestly. I don't think I have anything else good to say about Anissa's wife, honestly. And if I'm going to say something else, it might end up being insults that might be getting a little bit too mean. So I probably won't change anything. I won't say anything else already. But all I can say is the stream is over. The stream is over. I'm that today today has been a very intense Yap session, and I am very happy to see so many of you lurkers stick around for the entire duration of it. I am very happy and I'm very glad. But before I let you all go, okay, there's still some housekeeping to be done. Again, there still has some housekeeping to be done. Reminder, there is one more stream this coming Friday. Okay? One more stream this coming Friday. Don't worry, dummy. There is still one more stream this coming Friday. And I will be on Twitch. Because it's easier. I will be on Twitch and it will be a collab. It will be a game. So if you want to... Hello Ichika, welcome to my stream. I am just about to finish already, but I appreciate you dropping by. And again, it will be at 8 PM UTC plus 8. UTC plus 8 is Hong Kong time, Hong Kong time and Taiwan time. Oh, let me see. I came in from Japan because I wanted to make ENV tuber friends. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Ichika channel, for thinking of me. I am very flattered that you think of me as someone you would want to meet. Okay? I really appreciate you dropping by. And the stream is about to end on my side, but I am glad that you dropped by just to say, yes, Sakana, I almost said NVTuber. I'm too used to it. I'm so sorry. I'm too used to it. I'm so sorry. But anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ichika, and I hope you will drop by off and on, and I'll drop by on yours off and on. Okay? It's a pleasure to meet you. So with that out of the way, housekeeping. Again, reminder lurkers. There will be a stream this coming Friday, 13 June 2025 at 8 PM Taiwan time or Hong Kong time, whichever you prefer. So I suspect it might be quite early for the Westerners. It'll be quite early for the Westerners, so I'm not sure if you all can make it, but if you can make it, I will appreciate you dropping by. It is nothing serious. It will just be a collab stream with a bunch of friends, okay? So with that out of the way, I'm going to conclude the stream, but I'm going to organize a raid. So sit back for a while I organize the raid. Let's see who is available. Let me see. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Oh, is Ryan online right now? Let me have a look. Ryan seems to be online right now. Let me see. Yes, she is. Ryan is available. That is good to see. Ryan is available. So I will send you off to Ryan Valerius, okay? She is playing Lies of P. And she is doing a speedrun to the DLC, okay? It should be quite fun. It should be quite fun. So with that out of the way, I will let you lurkers off to visit Ryan. And make sure to behave in her chat. Okay? And I will see you all this Friday. I'll see some of you this Friday. And remember that I will give you all a reminder closer to the time, but I will see you all this Friday, okay? With that out of the way, thank you for dropping by and thank you for staying for this lecture of mine. And I hope I didn't bore anyone, and I hope you all are educated on you learned something old or something new today. So with that out of the way, I am going to conclude the stream. See you lurkers, and bye-bye. And stick around. I'm going to end the stream and we'll be redirected. I think it should be quite fun joining Ryan's stream. Okay, bye-bye.